Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the long years before the shadow grew to its fullest strength, when the world was still green and the memory of older days lingered like morning mist upon the meadows, there walked among the free peoples of Middle-earth a wanderer in grey. He was known by many names in many tongues, this pilgrim of the ancient roads, though the Hobbits of the Shire called him simply Gandalf, and thought him little more than a maker of fireworks and a teller of tales. Yet those with deeper sight knew him for what he truly was, a guardian against the darkness, a keeper of flame and hope in an age when both grew ever more precious. It is said that in those distant days when the leaves of the malorn trees still whispered secrets to those patient enough to listen, Gandalf came upon a valley that no map had ever marked and no traveller had spoken of in the inns and meeting halls of the western lands. The valley lay hidden between two shoulders of the misty mountains, shrouded always in a silver mist that rose from hot springs deep beneath the earth. The local folk, those hardy men and women who dwelt in scattered homesteads along the mountain's feet, called this place the Vale of Echoes, for it was said that voices spoken there would return again and again, carrying sometimes words that the speaker had never uttered, memories perhaps of those who had walked the valley in ages past. Gandalf had heard whispers of this place in his long wanderings. A shepherd in the high pastures had mentioned it with fear in his voice, speaking of lights that moved through the mist at night and of a song that could be heard when the wind blew from the east. A song so beautiful and so sorrowful that those who heard it wept without knowing why. Such tales drew the grey wizard as surely as a moth is drawn to candlelight, for he knew that where mystery dwelt there too might lurk either great good or great peril, and it was his appointed task to discern between them. The path into the vale was treacherous, winding between tumbled boulders and across streams that ran warm from the mountain's heart. As Gandalf descended, his staff tapping against the stone with each careful step, he felt the air grow thick and close, heavy with moisture and something else, something that tingled against his skin like the touch of a distant lightning. The mist closed around him, and soon he could see no more than a few paces ahead, yet he did not falter. The grey wizard had walked in darker places than this, had faced shadows that would have driven lesser beings to madness, and a little mountain fog held no terror for him. It was as he rounded a great outcropping of granite, its surface worn smooth by centuries of wind and water, that he first heard the song. It began as a whisper, scarcely distinguishable from the murmur of the streams and the soft hiss of steam rising from hidden vents in the earth. But as he listened it grew clearer, a melody of such haunting beauty that even Gandalf, who had heard the music of Valinor in his youth and remembered still the songs sung before the making of the sun and moon, felt his heart stirred by it. The song spoke of loss and longing, of love that had endured beyond the sundering of worlds, and of hope that flickered still like a star glimpsed through breaking clouds. Following the sound, Gandalf made his way deeper into the vale. The mist parted before him as though guided by an unseen hand, revealing a landscape of strange and terrible beauty. Pools of steaming water lay scattered across the valley floor, their surfaces mirror-still despite the warmth that rose from their depths. Around them grew plants unlike any that flourished elsewhere in Middle-earth, flowers of deep purple and silver that seemed to glow with their own inner light, vines that climbed invisible supports and hung suspended in the air like strands of spider silk, and trees whose bark shimmered with colours that had no names in any tongue that Gandalf knew. At the valley's heart, where the song was loudest and the mist thinnest, there stood a tower. It was not tall, rising perhaps no higher than a great oak tree, and it was built of a white stone that caught the diffused light and held it, gleaming softly like the moon reflected in still water. The tower had no visible door, no windows that Gandalf could see, yet from within it came the voice that sang, a woman's voice, rich and full of years and sorrow. Gandalf approached the tower with reverence, his keen eyes searching its seamless walls for any sign of entrance. As he drew near, the song ceased, and for a moment all was silent save for the gentle bubbling of the hot springs and the distant cry of an eagle circling high above the mountains. Then a voice spoke, not in song now, but in words, and though it came from within the tower, it seemed to originate from everywhere at once, from the stones beneath his feet and the mist above his head and the very air he breathed. "Long have I waited," the voice said, "for one who could find this place unbidden. Long have I sung my sorrow to the deaf mountains and the uncaring sky. Tell me, wanderer in grey, what has brought you to the Vale of Echoes, and what do you seek within its shrouded heart?" Gandalf leaned upon his staff, considering his words with the care of one who knows that in such encounters what is said and what is left unspoken may carry equal weight. "I am called Gandalf," he replied at last, "and I am a friend to all free peoples of Middle-earth. I seek nothing but understanding, and I offer nothing but goodwill. Your song reached my ears as I travelled the mountain paths, and I followed it here, drawn by its beauty and troubled by its grief. Will you not tell me who you are, and why you dwell alone in this hidden place?" A long silence followed his words, so long that Gandalf wondered if the voice had withdrawn into whatever realm it called home. But then, the air before the tower shimmered like heat rising from summer stone, and a figure appeared, translucent as morning mist, yet unmistakably present. She was tall, taller than any woman of mortal blood, and her features held an ageless beauty that spoke of elven kind, though there was something in her aspect that suggested even greater antiquity, a connection to the very dawn of the world. "I am Celebrindle," she said, and her voice now was soft, almost hesitant, like one who has not spoken aloud for an age of the world. "Once I walked beneath the stars of Eldamar and danced in the gardens of Lorien before the first sunrise. I came to Middle-earth with the host of the Noldor, seeking glory and vengeance, and I found instead only sorrow and ruin. When my people turned westward again, sailing into the uttermost west, I could not follow. A doom lay upon me, a curse spoken in anger by one I had wronged, binding me to this valley, until one should come who could speak the words of release." Gandalf's eyes grew thoughtful as he listened to her tale. He knew well the history of the Noldor, those proud elves who had defied the Valar and crossed the grinding ice to wage war against Morgoth in the first age of the world. Many were the tragedies that had befallen them, many the sins committed in their desperate struggle, and many too were the consequences that lingered still in the fading years of the Third Age. "What words are these," he asked gently, "that you have awaited through all the long years? And who was it that spoke this doom upon you?" Celebrindle's form flickered, growing fainter for a moment before solidifying once more. "The words I cannot speak," she replied, "for they must come from the heart of one who understands both my crime and my suffering. As for who cursed me, it was my own sister Galadriel, she who now rules in the Golden Wood. In our youth, before the darkening of Valinor, I betrayed her trust for the sake of pride and jealousy. She spoke words against me in her anger, words that carried more power than she knew, and when she would have taken them back, it was too late. The doom had been spoken and could not be unspoken." The grey wizard's brows drew together as he pondered this revelation. Galadriel he knew well, the Lady of Light who bore one of the 3 elven rings and kept the power of Lorien alive against the encroaching shadow. She was among the wisest of all who remained in Middle-earth, and the thought that she had, even in passionate youth, laid such a curse upon her own kin troubled him deeply. "Tell me of this betrayal," Gandalf said softly, settling himself upon a smooth stone near one of the steaming pools. His grey robes pooled around him, and the mist curled about his shoulders like a living thing, drawn perhaps by the warmth of his presence or the power that slumbered always beneath his weathered exterior. "For I have found in my long years that understanding is the first step upon the road to healing, and no wound, however deep, is beyond the reach of mercy." Celebrindle's spectral form drifted closer, and as she moved, the flowers around her seemed to lean toward her as sunflowers lean toward the sun. "It was in Valinor," she began, her voice carrying the weight of memory across uncounted centuries, "in the days before grief had touched our people. Galadriel and I were close as only sisters can be, sharing everything, our dreams, our studies, our hearts. But there was one thing I could not share, one thing that burned within me like a poison I could neither swallow nor expel. I loved one who loved her, and in my jealousy I did a terrible thing." She paused, and though her form was insubstantial as morning mist, Gandalf could see the pain that twisted her features, fresh as though the wound had been dealt only yesterday. "There was a jewel," she continued, "a crystal of rare beauty that had been crafted by Fëanor himself, in the days before his greater works consumed all his art and ambition. This crystal had been given to Galadriel by the one we both loved, a token of his regard. In my bitterness, I stole it from her chamber and hid it away, and when she accused me I lied. I swore upon the names of the Valar that I'd not touched it, and my oath was false." Gandalf nodded slowly, understanding now the gravity of what had transpired. In Valinor, where the light of the two trees had illuminated not only the land, but also the hearts of its inhabitants, falsehood was a grievous sin. To swear falsely by the Valar was an act of such profound betrayal that its consequences might indeed echo through all the ages of the world. "Galadriel knew the truth," Celebrimbor went on. "She always knew, though she could not prove it. And when at last I confessed, broken by guilt and loneliness, she spoke words against me in the heat of her fury. She declared that I should be bound to my lies, that I should dwell alone with only echoes for company until the ending of the world, or until one came who could speak the truth that I had denied. She did not mean it as a curse. I know this now. She spoke from pain, as those who love most deeply are capable of the greatest anger. But words have power, especially words spoken by one of her lineage and strength, and her declaration became my doom." The grey wizard sat in contemplation for a long while, his eyes distant, his mind travelling paths that even the wisest of elves could not follow. He thought of the nature of curses and blessings, of the power that resided in speech and intention, and of the tangled web of love and hate, forgiveness and resentment, that bound all living things together in ways they seldom understood. He thought too of Galadriel, whom he counted among his dearest allies in the struggle against the shadow, and he wondered how this ancient grief might weigh upon her spirit, whether she even remembered the sister she'd lost to anger and exile. "You say that one must speak the truth that you denied," he said at length. "What truth is this? That you took the crystal? That you lied? Surely these truths are already known." Celebrimbor shook her head, and her silver hair moved as though stirred by a wind that Gandalf could not feel. "The truth is deeper than the mere facts of my transgression. What I denied was not simply the theft, but the love that drove me to it. I could not admit, even to myself, that my heart was capable of such darkness, that jealousy could transform affection into something so twisted and harmful. The truth that must be spoken is the truth of the heart, the acknowledgement that love and hate are not opposites but siblings, born from the same source and capable of becoming one another in a single unguarded moment." Gandalf rose from his seat, his staff in hand, and approached the spectral elf with measured steps. "And if I were to speak these words," he asked, "if I were to acknowledge this truth on your behalf, would the curse be broken?" "I do not know," Celebrimbor admitted. "I have waited here for an age of the world, and many have stumbled into this valley by chance or design. Some were wise, some were foolish, some were kind, and some were cruel. But none could find the words, for the words must come from understanding, and understanding requires more than knowledge. It requires empathy, the ability to see into another's heart and recognise there the reflection of one's own struggles and failings." The grey wizard smiled then, a smile that held within it both sadness and warmth, like sunlight breaking through clouds after a long rain. "Then let me try," he said, "for I have walked long in this world, and I have seen much of love and hate, of nobility and treachery, of bonds forged and broken. I have watched the mightiest fall through pride and the humblest rise through courage, and I have learned that no heart is without shadow, no soul without the capacity for both great good and great evil. The difference lies not in our nature but in our choices, and even our worst choices may be redeemed if we have the courage to face them honestly." He planted his staff firmly upon the ground, and though no visible change came over him, Celebrimbor felt a shift in the very air around them, as though the veil between worlds had grown thin, and something vast and ancient had drawn near to witness what was about to transpire. "Celebrimbor of the Noldor," Gandalf spoke, and his voice was no longer that of a wandering wizard but something greater, something that carried the authority of powers beyond the circles of the world. "I speak now the truth that you could not speak, the truth that your sister's curse demanded. You loved, and your love brought you pain. In your pain you reached for what was not yours, seeking to claim by theft what could not be won by force or guile. You lied, not because you were evil, but because you were afraid of what your own heart had revealed to you, afraid of the darkness that dwells within all living things. Your crime was not the theft or the falsehood, but the denial of your own nature, the refusal to accept that you, like all who walk beneath the stars, are capable of both light and shadow. As he spoke, Celebrindle's form began to change. The translucence that had marked her appearance since Gandalf first beheld her began to fade, replaced by something more solid, more present. Colour returned to her cheeks, and her eyes, which had been dim with the weight of endless years, began to brighten like stars emerging from behind clouds. "I speak now to the curse itself," Gandalf continued, his voice rising like thunder yet gentle as a spring rain. "The words of doom were spoken in anger, but anger fades, and even the deepest wounds may heal if given time and care. The truth has been acknowledged, the denial ended. Let the bonds of this curse be broken, and let Celebrindle be free." For a moment nothing happened. The mist hung motionless, the pools ceased their bubbling, and even the distant eagles fell silent in their circling. Then, with a sound like a great bell tolling in the depths of the earth, the tower behind Celebrindle began to crack. Lines of golden light appeared along its seamless surface, spreading like the roots of a great tree until the entire structure was webbed with radiance. And then, with a gentle sigh that seemed to come from the valley itself, the tower dissolved into motes of light that rose upward and scattered across the sky, like seeds carried on the wind. Celebrindle stood before Gandalf now in full corporeal form, no longer a shade but a living elf, though she was thin and pale from her long imprisonment. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but they were tears of joy rather than sorrow, and she fell to her knees before the grey wizard, overwhelmed by the sudden rush of sensation that came with returning to the world of the living. The warmth of the steam upon her skin, the scent of the strange flowers that grew around the pools, the solid feel of the earth beneath her. All of these things that she had been denied for so long now flooded back to her with an intensity that was almost painful. "Rise, daughter of the Noldor," Gandalf said gently, extending his hand to help her to her feet. "The time for kneeling is past. You have paid a heavy price for your transgression, heavier perhaps than even your sister intended when she spoke those fateful words. Now you must decide what path you will take, for the world has changed much since you were bound to this valley, and your place in it is no longer certain." Celebrindle took his hand and rose, swaying slightly as she adjusted to the weight of her own body, after so long existing as little more than a memory given form. "I must go to her," she said, and there was a new strength in her voice, a resolve that had been forged in the furnace of her long imprisonment. "I must find Galadriel and beg her forgiveness, not because I seek absolution for myself, but because I understand now what my actions cost her. She lost not only a sister but also her faith in those she loved, and that wound has surely festered through all the years of our separation." Gandalf nodded approvingly. "That is a worthy intention," he said, "but the road to Lothlorien is long and perilous, and you are weakened from your ordeal. Come, let us leave this valley together, and I will guide you as far as the eaves of the Golden Wood. What transpires there must be between you and your sister, but I can at least ensure that you arrive safely." And so the grey wizard and the freed elf departed from the Vale of Echoes, climbing the treacherous paths that led back to the wider world. As they walked, Celebrindle marvelled at everything she saw, for though the landscape was harsh and the way was difficult, to her eyes it was more beautiful than all the gardens of Valinor. Every stone, every stunted tree, every patch of hardy mountain grass spoke to her of life and change and possibility, things that had been denied to her within the timeless prison of the tower. They travelled for many days through the wild lands between the mountains and the great forest, and during their journey Gandalf shared with Celebrindle the tidings of all that had transpired since her imprisonment. He told her of the fall of Numenor and the reshaping of the world, of the forging of the Rings of Power and the long war against Sauron, of the rise and fall of kingdoms and the gradual fading of her people from the lands of Middle-earth. It was a heavy burden of knowledge to bear, and more than once Celebrindle wept for the sorrows that had befallen those she had known and loved. But she bore it bravely, understanding that she could not move forward into the future without first understanding the past that had shaped it. At last they came to the borders of Lothlorien, that enchanted realm where the power of Galadriel held the decay of time at bay, and the golden leaves of the malorn trees fell only to rise again in an endless cycle of beauty and renewal. Here Gandalf paused, leaning upon his staff and gazing into the depths of the forest with eyes that held both hope and uncertainty. "This is as far as I may guide you," he said. "The Lady of the Wood will know of your coming, for little escapes her notice within the borders of her realm. How she will receive you I cannot say. The years have changed her, as they change all things, and the Galadriel who rules in Lothlorien is not the same as the sister you knew in Valinor. But I believe there is still love in her heart for you, buried perhaps beneath centuries of grief and duty, but not extinguished. Seek that love, Celebrindle, and perhaps you will find the reconciliation you seek." Celebrindle embraced him then, this strange and wonderful wizard who had freed her from her prison and guided her across the wilderness to this place of hope and fear. "I cannot repay what you have done for me," she said, her voice thick with emotion, "but I will carry your kindness with me always, and if ever there is service I can render to you or to those you protect, you need only ask." Gandalf smiled and patted her shoulder with grandfatherly affection. "The best repayment you can offer," he said, "is to live well and to use your freedom wisely. Now go, and may the blessings of the Valar go with you." With those words he turned and walked away, his grey form soon disappearing into the mists that gathered at the forest's edge. Celebrindle watched him go, feeling both gratitude and a strange sense of loss, for in the short time they had travelled together, she had come to rely upon his steady presence and quiet wisdom. But she knew that her path lay forward, not backward, and so she turned to face the golden woods and took her first steps into the realm of her sister. The forest welcomed her with whispers and shadows, with the rustle of leaves and the distant song of unseen birds. The light that filtered through the canopy was soft and golden, tinged with the particular magic that suffused all things in this protected place. Celebrindle walked slowly, reverently, drinking in the beauty around her even as her heart raced with anticipation and fear. What would Galadriel say when she saw her? Would she embrace her long-lost sister, or turn away in cold anger? Would she even recognise the elf that Celebrindle had become after so many ages of isolation and suffering? She had not walked far when she became aware that she was being watched. Elven eyes followed her from the branches above, and elven feet moved silently through the underbrush around her, tracking her progress with the practiced vigilance of guardians who had defended this realm for centuries. She made no attempt to hide or flee, for she knew that such efforts would be futile and would only cast suspicion upon her motives. Instead, she walked openly and calmly, trusting that her evident kinship with the elven folk would earn her at least a hearing before judgment was passed. At length, a figure stepped from behind a great malorn tree and blocked her path. He was tall even for an elf, with silver hair that flowed past his shoulders and eyes that held the light of stars. He wore the garb of a warrior, with a bow slung across his back and a long knife at his hip, and his bearing spoke of one who had seen battle and emerged unbowed. "Halt, stranger," he said, his voice cool and authoritative. "You walk in the realm of the Lady Galadriel, and none may pass without her leave. Speak your name and your purpose, that I may judge whether you are friend or foe." Celebrindle met his gaze without flinching. "I am called Celebrindle," she said, "and I have come to seek audience with the Lady of the Wood. Tell her that her sister has returned from the Vale of Echoes, freed at last from the doom that bound her there. Tell her that I come not to accuse or to demand, but to ask forgiveness and to offer reconciliation, if she will have it." The Guardian's eyes widened slightly at her words, and she saw him exchange glances with others who remained hidden in the surrounding foliage. "Wait here," he said at last, his tone somewhat less cold than before. "I will carry your message to the lady. Do not attempt to go further until I return." Celebrindle nodded and settled herself upon a moss-covered stone to wait. The minutes stretched into hours, and still she sat, patient and unmoving, her eyes fixed upon the golden canopy above. She thought of all the years she'd spent in the tower, singing her sorrow to the uncaring mountains, and she realised that this waiting, though difficult, was nothing compared to that endless imprisonment. Whatever answer came, whether acceptance or rejection, she would face it with the courage that her long ordeal had taught her. At last, as the light began to fade and the first stars appeared between the leaves, she heard footsteps approaching, not the light tread of the Guardian who'd questioned her, but something different, something that made her heart pound and her breath catch in her throat. Galadriel emerged from the trees like a vision from the elder days, clothed in white that seemed to glow with its own inner light, her golden hair cascading down her back like a river of molten sunlight. The years had not diminished her beauty, but had rather deepened it, adding layers of wisdom and sorrow that made her seem less like a mortal creature and more like a force of nature given form. Upon her finger gleamed Nenya, the ring of adamant, its power subtle but unmistakable to one who had known her before such burdens were laid upon her shoulders. Celebrimbor rose from her stone and stood trembling, unable to speak, unable to move, caught in the gaze of those ancient eyes that held within them the light of the two trees and the memory of ages beyond counting. For a long moment, the two sisters simply looked at each other, separated by a distance of mere feet, yet divided by a chasm of time and grief and unspoken words that stretched back to the very dawn of their people. It was Galadriel who spoke first, her voice soft as the wind through winter branches. "I felt it when the curse was broken," she said. "I was walking in the gardens of Carys-Galaton, and suddenly there was a lifting in my heart, as though a weight I'd carried so long I had forgotten its presence was suddenly removed. I knew then that you were free, though I could scarcely believe it. After all these years, after all my searching and hoping and despairing, you have returned to me." Celebrimbor found her voice at last, though it came out as little more than a whisper. "You searched for me? You hoped for my return? I thought you must hate me for what I did, for the shame I brought upon our family and the lies I told. I thought the curse was your judgment upon me, a sentence you believed I deserved." Galadriel shook her head slowly, and tears began to glimmer in her eyes, catching the starlight like diamonds. "The curse was never my intention," she said. "I spoke those words in anger, in the heat of a moment when my heart was broken and my pride was wounded. I did not know then the power that my words could carry, the doom that could be spoken by one of our lineage when emotion overwhelmed wisdom. By the time I understood what I'd done, it was too late. The curse had taken hold and no effort of mine could break it. I sought you across the world, Celebrimbor. I searched every hidden valley, every forgotten corner of Middle-earth, but the magic that bound you hid you even from my sight. In time, I came to believe that you had perished, that the curse had consumed you entirely, and that I would never have the chance to tell you how sorry I was." The two sisters stood in the gathering darkness, tears streaming down their faces, the walls of pride and resentment that had separated them for so long crumbling at last beneath the weight of shared grief and mutual longing. Then, as though moved by a single impulse, they stepped forward and embraced, holding each other tightly as they wept for all the lost years, all the wasted opportunities, all the love that had been denied expression by stubbornness and fear. "I am sorry," Celebrimbor sobbed against her sister's shoulder. "I'm so sorry for what I did, for the theft and the lies and the pain I caused you. There is no excuse for my actions, no justification that could make them right. I can only tell you that I have suffered for them, suffered greatly, and that the suffering has taught me truths about myself that I was too proud and too afraid to face in Valinor." Galadriel held her tighter, stroking her silver hair with gentle hands. "And I am sorry for the curse that bound you," she replied. "Sorry for the anger that drove me to speak such terrible words. Sorry for all the years you spent alone in that hidden valley with no company but your own regrets. We have both paid a heavy price for our mistakes, sister. Let us not add to that price by clinging to bitterness and blame. Let us instead begin anew, here in this golden wood, and rebuild the bond that should never have been broken." They remained in that embrace for a long time, until the stars wheeled overhead and the moon rose above the trees, bathing the forest in silver light. When at last they separated, there was a new understanding between them, a recognition that though the past could not be undone, the future remained unwritten, open to possibilities that neither of them could have imagined in the dark days of their estrangement. Galadriel took her sister's hand and led her deeper into the forest, toward the heart of her realm where the great city of the Galadrim rose among the malon trees. As they walked, she spoke of the life she had built here, of her husband Celeborn who ruled at her side, of the elves who looked to her for guidance and protection, and of the shadow that grew ever stronger in the east, threatening all that she had worked so long to preserve. "The world is changing," Galadriel said, her voice heavy with the knowledge of things yet to come. "I have seen it in the mirror, glimpses of futures both terrible and wonderful, paths that branch and divide until even my sight cannot follow them all. A great trial approaches, a test that will determine the fate of all free peoples. I do not know what part I will play in it, or whether I will have the strength to resist the temptations that will be placed before me, but I know that I will face it better with you beside me, sister. Your return is a gift I did not dare to hope for, and I will not squander it." Celebrimbor listened to her sister's words with a mixture of wonder and concern. She knew little of the shadow that Galadriel spoke of, for her imprisonment had cut her off from the flow of history, leaving her ignorant of events that had shaped the world in her absence. But she could sense the weight of responsibility that pressed upon her sister's shoulders, the burden of leadership in an age of growing darkness, and she resolved to do whatever she could to ease that burden. "I will stand with you," she said, squeezing Galadriel's hand. "Whatever trials await, whatever enemies arise, you will not face them alone. I've spent too many years in isolation, cut off from those I love. Now that I've been given a second chance, I intend to make the most of it." Galadriel smiled, and for a moment she looked almost young again, almost like the carefree maiden she had been in the gardens of Lorien before the shadow fell upon the world. "Then let us go forward together," she said, "and let the darkness tremble at our approach." They came at last to Caras Galadhon, and Celebrimbor gasped in wonder at the sight that greeted her. Great trees rose all around, their trunks silver-grey in the moonlight, their branches spreading overhead to form a canopy that glittered with countless lanterns. Among the branches, elegant platforms and pavilions had been constructed, connected by winding staircases and graceful bridges, forming a city that seemed to grow naturally from the trees themselves rather than having been built by mortal hands. Elves moved along these aerial pathways, their voices raised in song, their laughter ringing through the night like the chiming of distant bells. It was a sight of such beauty that Celebrimbor felt her heart swell with emotions she could not name. Here was a place where the light of the elder days still lingered, where the fading of her people had been held at bay by the power and wisdom of her sister. Here was hope made manifest, a beacon against the encroaching darkness, a reminder that even in the darkest times, beauty and grace could still flourish. Galadriel led her to a platform high in the greatest of the Malorn trees, where a pavilion of white silk awaited them. Here they sat together, looking out over the glimmering city, and spoke of all that had passed between them and all that might yet come. They talked through the night and into the dawn, sharing memories and dreams, fears and hopes, until the first rays of sunlight touched the golden leaves and set them ablaze with colour. And in that moment, as the two sisters sat together watching the sunrise, it seemed to Celebrimbor that all her years of suffering had not been in vain, for they had led her here, to this place of wonder and reconciliation, and they had taught her truths about love and forgiveness that she could never have learned in any other way. The tale of Celebrimbor's freedom and reconciliation with her sister spread through the hidden paths and secret ways by which news travels among the wise, and in time it reached the ears of Gandalf himself as he journeyed through the wild lands east of the misty mountains. He smiled when he heard it, pleased that the seeds he had planted in the Vale of Echoes had borne such sweet fruit, and he tucked the knowledge away in his heart as one more small victory against the darkness that ever sought to divide and weaken the free peoples of Middle-earth. But there was little time for reflection in those troubled days, for the shadow in the east grew ever stronger, and there were many tasks that demanded the Grey Wizard's attention. It was during one such task, a journey to investigate rumours of dark creatures gathering in the northern reaches of Mirkwood, that Gandalf encountered another mystery that would test his wisdom and compassion in ways he had not anticipated. The Forest of Mirkwood had earned its grim name through long years of corruption, for the power of the necromancer had seeped into its roots and branches, twisting what had once been the fair greenwood into a place of shadow and fear. Great spiders lurked in its depths, spinning webs that could trap even the wariest traveller, and other creatures more terrible still haunted the paths that wound between its ancient trees. Few ventured willingly into Mirkwood's embrace, and fewer still emerged unchanged by the experience. Gandalf walked these perilous paths with the confidence born of long experience, his staff glowing with a soft light that pushed back the gloom and caused the lesser creatures of darkness to flee before him. He had travelled through Mirkwood many times over the centuries, and though he never underestimated its dangers, He had learned to navigate its twisted ways with a skill that few could match. It was on the third day of his journey, as he followed a narrow track that wound between trees so old and gnarled that they seemed almost to be sleeping giants frozen in place by some ancient spell, that he heard a sound that made him pause and listen. It was a voice, small and high and filled with terror, calling out from somewhere ahead. The words were in the common tongue, but the accent was strange, unlike any that Gandalf had encountered in his long wanderings. He quickened his pace, his staff blazing brighter as he pushed deeper into the forest. The voice grew louder, more desperate, and soon he could make out the words it cried. "Help me, please, someone help me. I am lost, so lost, and the shadows are closing in." The plea tugged at Gandalf's heart, for he could hear in it the genuine fear of one who had strayed into danger beyond their understanding. Rounding a great oak whose trunk was wider than the gate of a dwarven hall, Gandalf came upon a sight that gave him pause. There, crouched in a hollow formed by the tree's massive roots, was a creature unlike any he'd seen before. It had the general shape of a hobbit, with large feet and curly hair, but its skin was a pale green, and its ears were pointed like those of an elf. Its eyes, wide with fear, were a startling shade of purple, and they fixed upon Gandalf with a mixture of hope and terror. "Please," the creature whimpered, shrinking back against the roots as though expecting to be struck. "Please do not hurt me. I mean no harm to anyone. I'm only lost, so terribly lost, and I want nothing more than to find my way home." Gandalf lowered his staff, allowing its light to dim to a gentle glow that would not overwhelm the creature's sensitive eyes. "Peace, little one," he said, his voice warm with reassurance. "I am called Gandalf, and I'm a friend to all who walk in the light. I mean you no harm. Tell me, what manner of being are you, and how came you to be lost in this dark and dangerous place?" The creature stared at him for a long moment, as though weighing his words against some internal measure of trustworthiness. Then, slowly, it uncurled from its defensive crouch and crept forward, its purple eyes never leaving Gandalf's face. "I am called Willowmere," it said, its voice still trembling but growing steadier with each word. "I am a woodling, one of the folk who dwell in the hidden groves between the worlds. We are guardians of the spaces where forest meets sky, where water meets land, where day meets night. But I wandered too far from my grove, drawn by curiosity into paths I did not know, and now I cannot find my way back." Gandalf nodded slowly, his mind reaching back through centuries of accumulated lore to recall what he knew of the woodlings. They were rare beings, seldom seen by mortals, who dwelt in the liminal spaces of the world, the thresholds and boundaries where different realms touched and mingled. It was said that they possessed an instinctive understanding of the natural world, an ability to sense the health or sickness of the land around them, and that they could move between realms with an ease that even the elves might envy. But they were also fragile, dependent upon the groves they called home for sustenance and strength, and a woodling separated from its grove for too long would fade and wither like a flower cut from its stem. "How long have you been lost, Willowmere?" Gandalf asked, concern colouring his voice. The woodling's ears drooped and its purple eyes filled with tears. "I do not know," it admitted. "Time moves strangely in this dark forest. It might have been days or weeks or even longer. I only know that I grow weaker with each passing moment, and that the shadows seem to press closer every time I close my eyes." Gandalf knelt beside the frightened creature, his grey robes pooling around him on the forest floor. "Then we must find your grove," he said firmly, "and we must do so quickly before your strength fails entirely. But Mirkwood is vast, and the paths between worlds are not easily discerned, even by one of my experience. You must help me, Willowmere. You must tell me everything you can remember about your grove and how you came to leave it." Willowmere nodded eagerly, hope beginning to kindle in its eyes. "My grove lies at the meeting of three waters," it said, "where a stream from the mountains joins a spring from the deep earth and a rivulet fed by morning dew. There are willows there, silver willows that sing when the wind blows, and beneath them grows a carpet of flowers that bloom in every colour of the rainbow. At the centre of the grove stands a stone, smooth and white, and upon that stone is carved a symbol that I cannot describe in words, for it is a thing of feeling rather than of sight." Gandalf stroked his beard thoughtfully, considering the woodling's description. I know of no such place in Mirkwood, he admitted, but that does not mean it does not exist. The meeting of three waters is a powerful confluence, a place where the boundaries between realms grow thin. If your grove exists anywhere in this forest, it would be at such a location. He rose to his feet and extended his hand to the woodling. Come, he said, we will search together, and along the way perhaps you can tell me more of your people and how you came to wander so far from home. Willowmere took his hand, its small green fingers wrapping around his weathered palm with surprising strength. Thank you, it whispered. Thank you for believing me, for not turning away in fear or disgust. I've encountered others in this forest, but they either fled from me or sought to capture me for purposes I dared not contemplate. You are the first to offer kindness. Gandalf smiled down at the little creature. Kindness costs nothing, he said, yet its value is beyond measure. Now, let us be on our way. The forest will not grow safer with the passing of time, and we have a grove to find. Together the wizard and the woodling set off through the tangled paths of Mirkwood, following streams and searching for signs of the confluence that Willowmere had described. The journey was not easy, for the forest seemed almost to resist their progress, throwing obstacles in their path and leading them down false trails that ended in impassable thickets or treacherous bogs. But Gandalf was not easily deterred, and Willowmere, despite its weakness, proved to be a valuable guide, sensing the presence of water and the direction of unseen currents that flowed beneath the earth. Days passed in the gloom of Mirkwood, each one blending into the next as the sun struggled to penetrate the thick canopy overhead. Gandalf rationed his supplies carefully, sharing what food he had with Willowmere, though the woodling ate little, drawing what sustenance it could from the scattered patches of moss and lichen that grew on the forest floor. It was a poor substitute for the nourishment of its home grove, and Gandalf could see the little creature growing weaker with each passing day, its green skin fading to a sickly yellow, its purple eyes losing their lustre. They spoke much during their journey, for conversation helped to keep Willomere's spirits up and provided Gandalf with valuable knowledge about a people he had known only through ancient texts and half-remembered legends. The woodlings, Willowmere explained, had existed since the earliest days of the world, emerging from the first forest that grew beneath the light of the stars before the sun and moon were made. They were not created by the Valar, as were the elves and dwarves and men, but had arisen spontaneously from the life force of the land itself, taking form and consciousness from the interplay of water and wood and stone. We are children of Middle-earth, Willowmere said, its voice soft and distant, born from her dreams and sustained by her breath. When the land is healthy, we flourish. When it sickens, we diminish. That is why we have become so rare in these latter days. The shadow that spreads from the east poisons the very soil, corrupts the waters, withers the trees. Many of our groves have failed, and with them, many of our kindred have faded into nothingness. Gandalf listened to these words with a heavy heart, for they spoke to a deeper truth about the nature of the struggle in which he was engaged. The war against Sauron was not merely a conflict between armies and powers, but a battle for the very soul of the world. Every victory for the shadow meant another wound to the land, another diminishment of the life and beauty that had once flourished unchecked across the face of Middle-earth. Tell me of your grove, Gandalf said, hoping to turn Willomere's thoughts to happier matters. Tell me of your life before you wandered into these dark paths. A faint smile crossed the woodling's face, and for a moment some of its former vitality seemed to return. My grove was beautiful, it said, its eyes gazing into the distance as though looking upon a scene visible only to itself. The willows that gave me my name grew tall and graceful, their branches trailing in the waters like the hair of maidens bathing in a summer pool. Birds nested among their leaves, singing songs that told of seasons past and seasons yet to come. And the flowers, oh, the flowers were beyond description. They bloomed in patterns that shifted with the phases of the moon, creating tapestries of colour that no mortal artist could hope to replicate. Gandalf smiled at the woodling's enthusiasm, pleased to see some spark of life returning to its weary form. And what of others of your kind? He asked. Were there many woodlings in your grove? Willomere's smile faded slightly. There were once many, it said. In the days of my youth, which by your reckoning would be centuries past, our grove was home to a dozen of my kindred. We played together among the willows, danced beneath the stars, share the joy of existence in a world that seemed to our innocent eyes both eternal and benevolent. But time passed, and the world changed. The shadow grew, and one by one my companions faded. Some simply disappeared, their forms dissolving into the mist one morning and never reforming. Others grew so weak that they could no longer maintain their physical shape and returned to the dreamless sleep from which we all arise. "And you?" Gandalf asked gently. "How did you survive when so many others did not?" Willowmere was silent for a long moment, and when it spoke again its voice was barely a whisper. "I survived because I'm stubborn," it said. "Because I refused to accept that the world was dying, that hope was lost, that there was nothing left worth living for. Every time the despair threatened to overwhelm me, I would look at my grove, at the willows still standing, at the flowers still blooming, at the waters still flowing, and I would tell myself that as long as even one beautiful thing remained, there was reason to continue." Gandalf nodded, recognizing in the woodling's words an echo of his own philosophy, the same stubborn refusal to surrender to darkness that had sustained him through countless trials and setbacks. "That is a wisdom that many would do well to learn," he said. "The shadow thrives on despair, feeds on hopelessness, grows stronger with every heart that surrenders to its lie, that resistance is futile. But those who hold fast to hope, who continue to believe in the possibility of light even in the deepest darkness, they are the true enemies of the shadow, the ones it fears most." They travelled on, following a stream that wound between the trees like a silver ribbon, its waters surprisingly clear given the corruption that infected so much of the forest. Gandalf suspected that the stream flowed from somewhere beyond the reach of the shadow's influence, perhaps from springs deep in the mountains where the earth remained pure and untouched. Such places still existed in Middle-earth, hidden refuges where the ancient powers lingered, waiting for the day when they might be called forth once more. On the 5th day of their journey together, as the stream widened into a small pool surrounded by stones worn smooth by centuries of flowing water, Willowmere suddenly stopped and tilted its head as though listening to a sound only it could hear. Its purple eyes widened, and its pale green skin flushed with sudden colour. "I can feel it," the woodling breathed, its voice trembling with excitement. "My grove, I can feel its presence. It is near, so near. The waters are calling to me, guiding me home." Gandalf felt his own heart quicken at these words. "Which way?" he asked. "Lead on, Willowmere, lead on, and I will follow." The woodling set off with renewed energy, scrambling over roots and rocks with an agility that belied its weakened state. Gandalf followed as quickly as he could, his staff helping him navigate the treacherous terrain. The stream they had been following was joined by another, a thin trickle that emerged from a crack in a moss-covered boulder, and the combined waters flowed faster now, as though eager to reach their destination. They climbed a gentle rise, pushing through a curtain of hanging vines that parted reluctantly before them. And suddenly, Gandalf found himself standing at the edge of a grove unlike anything he'd ever seen. Silver willows rose all around, their branches swaying in a breeze that seemed to exist only within the boundaries of this sacred space. Flowers carpeted the ground in a riot of colours, their petals glowing with an inner light that had nothing to do with the weak sunlight filtering through the canopy above. And at the centre of the grove, where 3 streams converged into a pool of crystal-clear water, stood a white stone upon which was carved a symbol that made Gandalf's ancient heart ache with its beauty. "Home," Willowmere whispered, tears streaming down its face. "I am home at last." The woodling stumbled forward, falling to its knees beside the pool and plunging its hands into the water. Immediately its skin began to brighten, the sickly yellow fading back to a healthy green, its purple eyes regaining their former lustre. The grove itself seemed to respond to its guardian's return, the flowers blooming more brightly, the willows singing more sweetly, the waters flowing with renewed vigour. Gandalf watched from the edge of the grove, a smile of satisfaction on his weathered face. This was the reward he sought in all his labours, not glory or power or the gratitude of kings, but moments like this, when life triumphed over death, when hope prevailed over despair, when the beauty of the world was preserved against the forces that sought to destroy it. When at last Willowmere rose from the pool, it was transformed. The frail, frightened creature Gandalf had found cowering among the roots of an oak tree was gone, replaced by a being of grace and vitality, whose presence seemed to fill the grove with joy. It approached the wizard with reverence in its eyes and gratitude written in every line of its restored form. "You have saved me, Gandalf," Willimir said, "and in saving me you have saved my grove and all that dwell within it. I owe you a debt that can never be repaid, but I will try nonetheless." Gandalf shook his head gently, his eyes warm with affection for the little creature. "No debt exists between friends," he said. "I did only what any decent soul would do when confronted with one in need. Your gratitude is appreciated but unnecessary. However, if you wish to offer something in return, I would ask only for knowledge. Tell me what you know of the darkness that spread through Mirkwood. Your people dwell in the liminal spaces, the boundaries where different realms meet. Surely you must sense things that are hidden from even the wisest of the free peoples." Willimir's expression grew grave, and the joy that had animated its features moments before dimmed like a candle flickering in a sudden draught. "I sense much," it admitted, "though what I sense brings me no comfort. The shadow that emanates from the south, from the fortress of Dol Guldur, is not merely a corruption of the natural world. It is a presence, a will, ancient and malevolent beyond the reckoning of mortals. It reaches out through the roots of the trees and the veins of the earth, seeking to claim all that lives and turn it to its own dark purposes." Gandalf nodded, for this confirmed what he'd long suspected. The necromancer of Dol Guldur was no ordinary sorcerer, no petty dabbler in forbidden arts. The power that radiated from that accursed fortress spoke of something far older and far more terrible, something that had been thought vanquished in an earlier age, but had clearly found a way to return. "There is more," Willimir continued, its voice dropping to a whisper, as though afraid that the very trees might be listening. "In the spaces between worlds, where my people walk when we travel from grove to grove, I have glimpsed things that should not be. Shapes moving in the void, shadows that cast shadows, whispers that speak of a great plan nearing completion. The enemy, whoever or whatever it truly is, does not merely wish to conquer Middle-earth. It wishes to remake it, to transform it into something twisted and terrible, a reflection of its own malice given form." The Grey Wizard absorbed these words in silence, his mind working through the implications of what the woodling had revealed. If Willimir spoke truly, and Gandalf had no reason to doubt its sincerity, then the threat facing Middle-earth was even greater than he had feared. The Shadow was not content merely to dominate. It sought to fundamentally alter the nature of reality itself, to replace the creation of the Valar with something born of darkness and hatred. "I must continue my investigation of Dol Guldur," Gandalf said at last. "What you have told me only confirms the urgency of my mission, but I'm glad that I paused long enough to help you find your way home, Willimir. In times of darkness, it is easy to become so focused on the great threats that we forget the smaller ones, the individual lives that hang in the balance while we strategize and plan. Every life saved is a victory against the Shadow, no matter how humble that life might seem." Willimir reached out and took Gandalf's hand in its own small green fingers. "Before you go," it said, "let me give you something that may aid you in your journey. It is a gift of my people, a token of the power that flows through the liminal spaces of the world." The woodling led Gandalf to the white stone at the centre of the grove, the one upon which the indescribable symbol was carved. Kneeling beside it, Willimir placed its hand upon the stone and closed its eyes, murmuring words in a language that even Gandalf, for all his vast knowledge, did not recognise. The symbol on the stone began to glow, pulsing with a soft light that seemed to come from somewhere far beyond the physical realm. When Willimir withdrew its hand, it held a small crystal no larger than a walnut that shimmered with all the colours of the rainbow. "This is a waystone," the woodling explained. "It holds within it connection to the spaces between worlds, the paths that my people walk when we travel from place to place. If ever you find yourself in dire need, hold this stone and speak my name. A door will open, a door that leads to the in-between where the shadows of the mortal world cannot reach. It will not take you where you wish to go, but it will take you away from danger, and that may be enough to save your life." Gandalf accepted the gift with solemn gratitude, tucking the waystone into an inner pocket of his grey robes where it would rest close to his heart. "I thank you, Willimir," he said. "This is a precious gift indeed, and I will treasure it always. May your grove flourish and your people thrive in the days to come. Perhaps, when the Shadow is finally vanquished and peace returns to Middle-earth, I will return to visit you and see with my own eyes the full beauty of this place." With a final embrace, Gandalf departed from the grove, following the streams back into the darkness of Mirkwood. The way seemed easier now, as though the forest itself had been subtly altered by his encounter with the woodling, paths opening before him that had been hidden before, dangers retreating into the shadows at his approach. He walked with renewed purpose, his mind fixed upon the fortress of Dol Guldur and the secrets it held. Many days passed before Gandalf at last came within sight of his destination. Dol Guldur rose from a bare hill in the southern reaches of Mirkwood, its black towers piercing the sky like jagged teeth, its walls stained with the residue of centuries of dark sorcery. No living thing grew upon that hill, no bird flew above its spires, no sound broke the oppressive silence that hung about it like a shroud. It was a place of utter desolation, a wound in the fabric of the world that radiated malice in all directions. Gandalf did not approach directly, for he knew that such an assault would be both foolish and futile. The power within Dol Guldur was vast, far greater than anything a single wizard could hope to challenge head-on. Instead, he circled the fortress at a distance, using his arts to probe its defences and seek any weakness that might allow him to gain entry undetected. What he found troubled him deeply. The fortress was warded with spells of immense power, layer upon layer of protective enchantments that would require the combined might of the White Council to breach. But more troubling still was what lay beneath those wards, a presence that Gandalf could sense even through the barriers that separated them, a consciousness so ancient and so filled with hatred that it could only belong to one being, Sauron. The name rose unbidden in Gandalf's mind, and with it came a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn wind that blew across the darkened forest. The Dark Lord had not been destroyed in the fall of Númenor, had not perished when the last alliance broke his power and cut the ring from his hand. He had endured, as Gandalf had always feared he might, clinging to existence through the power of the One Ring that still waited somewhere in the world for its master to reclaim it. For long hours, Gandalf stood in the shadow of a dead tree, gazing upon the fortress and wrestling with the knowledge he had gained. He could not challenge Sauron alone, that much was certain. Even at the height of his power, the Grey Wizard was no match for a Maya who had once been among the greatest of Morgoth's servants. But neither could he simply walk away and leave the Dark Lord to continue building his strength unchecked. The White Council would have to be summoned. Saruman, Galadriel, Elrond, and the other Wise Ones, who had sworn to oppose the Shadow in all its forms, would need to be informed of what Gandalf had discovered. Together, perhaps, they might have the power to drive Sauron from Dol Guldur, to scatter his forces and disrupt his plans before they could reach fruition. With a heavy heart, Gandalf turned away from the fortress and began the long journey westward. There was much to be done and little time in which to do it. The shadow was growing and the hour of decision was approaching faster than anyone save perhaps Gandalf himself could comprehend. As he walked, his hand strayed to the pocket where Willomir's waystone rested, and he drew comfort from its presence. Even in the darkest times, there were moments of light, connections forged between unlikely souls, kindnesses exchanged without expectation of reward. These were the things that made Middle-earth worth saving, the reason why the struggle against the shadow mattered. The road from Mirkwood to Rivendell was long and winding, passing through lands both fair and foul, across rivers that remembered the songs of the First Age, and through valleys where the bones of ancient battles still lay bleaching beneath the sun. Gandalf travelled swiftly but not recklessly, for he knew that the message he carried was too important to risk upon unnecessary dangers. The knowledge of Sauron's return burned within him like a coal, urging him onward even when his aged body cried out for rest. It was during this journey, as he passed through the foothills of the Misty Mountains, where the land rose in gentle waves toward the distant peaks, that Gandalf encountered yet another soul in need of his aid. The day was grey and overcast, the clouds hanging low over the hills like a ceiling of stone, and a light rain fell steadily, turning the paths to mud and filling the air with the scent of wet earth and growing things. He heard them before he saw them, the sound of weeping carried on the wind from somewhere ahead. It was a child's cry, high and thin and filled with a despair that seemed too great for one so young to bear. Gandalf quickened his pace, his staff striking the muddy ground with renewed urgency, until at last he came upon the source of the sound. A small figure huddled beneath a rocky overhang, seeking what shelter it could from the relentless rain. It was a human child, a girl of perhaps 7 or 8 summers, with matted brown hair and a face streaked with tears and grime. Her clothes were torn and sodden, and she clutched to her chest a bundle wrapped in a tattered blanket, holding it as though it were the most precious thing in all the world. When she saw Gandalf approaching, she shrank back against the rock, her eyes wide with fear. Too many strangers in this world meant harm to children, especially those travelling alone, and she'd clearly learned to be wary of those she did not know. Gandalf stopped at a respectful distance, lowering himself to one knee so that he was closer to her level. "Peace, child," he said, his voice gentle as a summer breeze. "I mean you no harm. My name is Gandalf, and I'm a friend to all who walk in the light. Will you tell me your name and how you came to be alone in this desolate place?" The girl studied him for a long moment, her young eyes searching his face for any sign of deception or cruelty. Whatever she saw there seemed to reassure her, for slowly, hesitantly, she uncurled from her defensive crouch and edged closer to the edge of the overhang. "I am called Elara," she said, her voice barely audible above the patter of the rain. "I am from the village of Thornhaven, 3 days' walk to the south. Raiders came in the night, men on black horses with torches and swords. They burned our homes and killed many of our people. I ran into the hills with my baby brother and hid until they were gone. But when I tried to go back, there was nothing left. Nothing but ashes and silence." Gandalf felt his heart clench at her words. The raids she described were all too common in these troubled times, bands of brigands and servants of the shadow who preyed upon the weak and the isolated, leaving destruction in their wake. It was a symptom of the greater evil that festered in the east, a sign that the world was slipping ever deeper into darkness. "And your brother?" Gandalf asked gently, gesturing to the bundle she held. "Is he well?" Elara looked down at the bundle in her arms, and fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. "He was sick before the raiders came," she whispered. "The healer said he had the winter fever, that he needed medicine and warmth and rest. But there is no medicine here, no warmth, no rest. He grows weaker with each passing day, and I do not know what to do. I have prayed to every god I know, begged for help from every star in the sky, but no one answers, no one cares." Gandalf moved closer, careful not to startle her, and gently drew back the edge of the blanket to look upon the infant within. The baby was small and pale, its breathing shallow and laboured, its tiny face flushed with fever. It was a miracle that it still lived at all, given the conditions it had endured, a testament perhaps to the fierce determination of the sister who had carried it through rain and cold and darkness. The Grey Wizard considered his options. He was no healer, not in the traditional sense, and the arts he commanded were not easily turned to the mending of mortal ailments. But he was not without resources, and there were things he might do, powers he might call upon, that could give this child a fighting chance. "There is a place not far from here," he said at last, "a refuge hidden in the Valley of Imladris, which men call Rivendell. It is the house of Elrond Halfelven, one of the wisest and most skilled healers in all of Middle-earth. If we can bring your brother there, Elrond may be able to save him." Hope flickered in Alara's eyes, fragile as a candle flame in a storm. "Rivendell," she repeated. "I've heard of it in stories, a place where elves dwell in peace and beauty. But surely such a place would not welcome a poor human child and her sick brother. We have nothing to offer, no payment to give for such kindness." Gandalf smiled and shook his head. "The House of Elrond does not require payment for its hospitality. All who come in need are welcomed there, regardless of their station or their wealth, and I suspect that Elrond himself would be greatly interested to meet you, for he has a fondness for brave young souls who face impossible odds with courage and determination." He held out his hand to her, an offer of aid freely given. "Will you come with me, Elara? Will you trust this old wanderer to guide you to a place of safety and healing?" For a long moment the girl hesitated, the weight of her brother in her arms and the weight of her decision pressing equally upon her small shoulders. Then, with a deep breath that seemed to draw strength from some hidden reserve within her, she reached out and took Gandalf's hand. "I will come," she said. "For my brother's sake, I will trust you." They travelled together through the rain, Gandalf adjusting his pace to accommodate the weary child who walked beside him. He shared his cloak with her, wrapping it around her shoulders to ward off the chill, and he told her stories as they walked, tales of heroes and dragons, of magic rings and enchanted forests, of great battles won and lost, and the small acts of kindness that often tip the balance between victory and defeat. Elara listened with wide eyes, the stories distracting her from her exhaustion and her fear. And as the hours passed and the landscape changed around them, rising toward the hidden valley of Rivendell, a bond began to form between the ancient wizard and the young girl, a connection built on shared hardship and mutual respect. It was on the third day of their journey together, as the sun broke through the clouds for the first time since they had met, that Gandalf saw the first signs that they were approaching their destination. The trees grew taller and more graceful, their leaves turning gold and red with the approach of autumn. The air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of flowers and the sound of falling water. And ahead, glimpsed through a gap in the hills, the rooftops of Rivendell glittered in the sunlight like a dream made manifest. Elara gasped at the sight, her young face transformed by wonder. "It is beautiful," she breathed. "More beautiful than anything I have ever seen." Gandalf nodded, his own heart lifting at the familiar view. "It is indeed," he agreed, "and it shall be your home for as long as you need it. Come, let us hasten. Your brother has held on this long through your love and care. Let us not make him wait any longer for the healing he so desperately needs." They descended into the valley, and as they crossed the threshold of Rivendell, Gandalf felt the weight of his dark knowledge settle back upon his shoulders. There was much to be done, councils to be held, decisions to be made. But first he would see this child and her brother safely into the care of Elrond's household. The great matters could wait a few hours more. The halls of Rivendell welcomed them with the warmth of hearth fires and the gentle murmur of elvish voices raised in song. Gandalf had sent word ahead through means known only to the wise, and when they arrived at the gates of the last homely house, Elrond himself stood waiting, his ageless face grave with concern, but his eyes kind as they fell upon the small human child and the precious burden she carried. "Welcome to Imladris, young Elara," Elrond said, kneeling before her so that his eyes were level with hers. "Gandalf has told me of your courage and your love for your brother. Such virtues are rare in any age, and they shall not go unrewarded. Come, let my healers tend to the little one. I promise you that we will do everything in our power to restore him to health." Elara hesitated, her arms tightening around the bundle that held her brother. She'd carried him so far, protected him through so much, that the thought of surrendering him to strangers, even kind strangers, filled her with instinctive resistance. But when she looked into Elrond's eyes and saw there a depth of compassion that seemed to span centuries, her grip relaxed. "You will save him?" she asked, her voice small and hopeful. Elrond inclined his head. "I will do all that can be done," he replied, "and in this house that is no small thing. Now come, you must be exhausted. There is food and rest waiting for you, and when you wake I hope to have good news to share." Gentle hands took the infant from Elara's arms, bearing him away to the healing chambers where Elrond's most skilled attendants would work their arts upon him. Other hands guided Elara herself to a warm room where a soft bed waited, along with fresh clothes and a meal fit for a princess. The child was so weary that she barely had the strength to eat before sleep claimed her, pulling her down into a darkness free of nightmares for the first time since the raiders had come. Gandalf watched her go with a mixture of relief and sorrow. Relief that she was safe at last, that her brother was receiving the care he so desperately needed. But sorrow too, for her story was not unique. Across the lands of Middle-earth, countless others suffered similar fates. Their homes destroyed, their families scattered, their futures uncertain. The shadow that grew in the east touched all, and until it was confronted and defeated, such tragedies would only multiply. "You did well to bring her here," Elrond said, coming to stand beside the wizard. "The child has a strong spirit. She will heal in time, though the scars of what she has endured will remain with her always." "As scars remain with us all," Gandalf replied, "but scars can be reminders of survival as well as suffering. They can teach us strength if we allow them to." The two old friends stood in silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. Then Elrond turned to Gandalf, his expression shifting from compassion to keen interest. "Your message spoke of urgent matters," he said, "of discoveries made in Mirkwood that could not wait. Tell me, what have you learned that weighs so heavily upon you?" Gandalf drew a deep breath, feeling the burden of his knowledge press down upon him once more. "I have confirmed what I long suspected," he said. The necromancer of Dol Guldur is no mere sorcerer. It is Sauron himself, the Dark Lord of Mordor, returned from the shadows of defeat to rebuild his power. He lurks within that fortress like a spider at the centre of its web, reaching out through his servants to spread corruption and fear across the land. Elrond's face grew pale, though his composure remained intact. He was old beyond the reckoning of men, and he had faced the Dark Lord before, had stood upon the slopes of Mount Doom when Isildur cut the ring from Sauron's hand. The thought that his ancient enemy had returned, that the war he had hoped was ended, had merely paused, filled him with a weariness that even his elvish vitality could not entirely conceal. "This is grave news indeed," Elrond said. "If what you say is true, then the shadow we have sensed growing in the east is far more dangerous than we imagined. The White Council must be summoned. Saruman, Galadriel, and all others who have sworn to stand against the darkness must be informed of this threat." Gandalf nodded. "That is why I have come. We cannot delay any longer. The time for watching and waiting has passed. We must act decisively and soon before Sauron's strength grows beyond our ability to challenge it." In the days that followed, messages were sent forth from Rivendell, travelling by swift riders and swifter birds to the corners of Middle-earth, where the members of the White Council dwelt. Saruman the White, head of their order, received word in his Tower of Orthanc, where he had long studied the ways of the enemy in hopes of finding a means to defeat him. Galadriel, Lady of the Golden Wood, learned of the summons in her Garden of Lorien, where she had already sensed through her ring of power the stirring of an ancient evil in the south of Mirkwood. One by one they came to Rivendell, the wise and the powerful, those who had dedicated their lives to the protection of the free peoples. They gathered in a great hall overlooking the waterfalls of Imladris, their faces grave and their voices hushed as they discussed the threat that loomed before them. Gandalf told them of all he'd witnessed and learned, of his journey through Mirkwood and his encounter with Willowmere, of the knowledge the woodling had shared about the darkness spreading through the liminal spaces of the world. He spoke of his approach to Dol Guldur and the presence he'd sensed within its walls, a presence that could only belong to the Dark Lord himself. Saruman listened with an expression that was difficult to read, his long fingers steepled before his face and his dark eyes hooded in thought. When Gandalf had finished, the White Wizard spoke, his voice smooth and measured. "These are troubling tidings," Saruman acknowledged, "but we must be cautious in our response. If we move against Dol Guldur prematurely, we risk alerting Sauron to the extent of our knowledge and our capabilities. Far better to watch and wait, to gather more information before we commit ourselves to a course of action that cannot be undone." Gandalf felt a flare of frustration at these words, though he kept his expression neutral. "Waiting has brought us to this point," he said. "For decades we have watched the shadow grow, hoping that it would reveal itself or exhaust itself without our intervention. Instead, it has only grown stronger. How much longer must we wait before we acknowledge that the time for action has come?" Galadriel, who had sat in silence throughout the council, now raised her voice. "I stand with Gandalf," she said, and her words carried the weight of ages. "The enemy does not wait. Even now his servants spread across the land, sowing discord and despair. Every day we delay is a day he uses to strengthen his position and weaken ours. We must strike while we still have the power to do so." The debate continued long into the night, voices rising and falling as arguments were made and countered. Saruman counselled patience, insisting that more study was needed before any decisive action could be taken. Others supported Gandalf and Galadriel, urging immediate assault upon Dol Guldur. The council was divided, and as the hours passed, it became clear that no resolution would be reached that night. When at last the members retired to their chambers, exhausted by the weight of their deliberations, Gandalf walked alone in the gardens of Rivendell, his mind troubled by what had transpired. He had expected resistance from Saruman, for the White Wizard had always preferred study to action, knowledge to direct confrontation. But there had been something else in Saruman's arguments, something that Gandalf could not quite identify but that filled him with unease. It was there, in the moonlit gardens, that he encountered Elara once more. The child had awakened from her long sleep, and had come outside seeking the fresh night air. When she saw Gandalf, her face lit up with a smile that chased away some of the shadows in his heart. "My brother is better," she said, rushing to his side. "Lord Elrond says the fever is broken and that he will recover fully. He says it is a miracle, but I think it is more than that. I think it is magic, the good kind of magic that exists in places like this. Gandalf smiled down at her, his weariness momentarily forgotten. Perhaps it is both, he said. Miracles and magic are not so different when you think about it. Both speak of hope in the face of darkness, of the possibility that things can change for the better, even when all seems lost. Elara sat down on a stone bench beside the wizard, her small form dwarfed by the ancient trees that surrounded them. The stars above Rivendell seemed brighter than they had in the Wildlands, as though the magic of this place extended even to the heavens, drawing down light from the very vaults of the sky. Gandalf, she said after a moment of comfortable silence, why do bad things happen to good people? My mother was kind to everyone. My father worked hard to provide for us. Our village never harmed anyone. Why did the raiders come? Why did they destroy everything we loved? It was a question that Gandalf had been asked many times throughout his long years in Middle-earth, posed by kings and peasants, by elves and dwarves and men, by all who had suffered loss and sought to understand the purpose behind their pain. And though he'd given many answers over the centuries, none had ever felt entirely adequate to the weight of the question. I do not know why evil exists, he said honestly. I know only that it does, and that it must be opposed. The darkness that destroyed your village is part of a greater shadow that threatens all of Middle-earth, a shadow that has been growing for many years and that will continue to grow, unless those who love the light find the courage to stand against it. He paused, choosing his next words with care. But I also know this, Elara. The same world that contains such darkness also contains such light. The love your mother showed to her neighbours, the dedication your father brought to his work, the courage you displayed in carrying your brother through the wilderness. These two are real as any evil that exists. And in the end, I believe that the light is stronger. It must be stronger, or else there would be no point in fighting at all. Elara considered his words, her young face thoughtful in the moonlight. Do you really believe that, she asked, that the light will win in the end? Gandalf smiled, though there was a sadness in his eyes that spoke of battles fought and friends lost and sacrifices made that could never be unmade. I believe it because I must, he said, and because in all my long years I have seen proof of it time and again. I have seen great evils fall and great goods rise from their ashes. I have seen hope kindled in the darkest places and courage displayed by the most unlikely heroes. The world is not perfect, Elara, and perhaps it never will be, but it is worth fighting for, and as long as there are those willing to fight, the darkness can never truly triumph. They sat together in the garden until the moon set and the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. Then Gandalf walked Elara back to her chamber, where her brother slept peacefully in a cradle beside her bed, his colour restored and his breathing easy. The child had indeed been touched by the healing power of Rivendell, and though a long road of recovery still lay ahead, the worst of the danger had passed. In the weeks that followed, the White Council continued to meet and debate, though progress toward a unified course of action remained frustratingly slow. Saruman argued persistently for caution, insisting that more information was needed before any assault upon Dol Guldur could be contemplated. Others grew impatient, sensing that each day of delay only strengthened the enemy's position. Gandalf found himself caught between frustration and duty, bound by his respect for the Council's process, even as he chafed against its slowness. He spent much of his time with Elara and her brother, finding in their company a respite from the weight of his responsibilities. The children reminded him of what he was fighting for, the simple joys and innocent hopes that the shadow sought to extinguish. Elara proved to be a quick study, absorbing the knowledge offered by Elrond's household with an eagerness that delighted her teachers. She learned to read and write in both the common tongue and the Elvish script, studied the history and lore of Middle-earth, and even began to show an aptitude for the healing arts that had saved her brother's life. The elves of Rivendell grew fond of her, seeing in her spirit a reflection of the best qualities of her mortal race. Her brother, whom she called Uldric, grew stronger with each passing day. He was too young to understand the tragedy that had befallen their village or the miraculous chain of events that had brought them to safety. To him, Rivendell was simply home, a place of wonder and warmth where kind faces smiled down at him and gentle hands tended to his needs. It was, Gandalf reflected, perhaps the greatest gift that could be given to one so young, the chance to grow up without the burden of dark memories. As autumn deepened into winter and the snows began to fall upon the peaks of the misty mountains, Gandalf made his decision. He could not wait any longer for the council to reach consensus. The shadow in Dol Guldur grew stronger with each passing day, and every moment of delay increased the danger to all the free peoples of Middle-earth. He approached Galadriel privately, sharing with her his intentions. The Lady of the Golden Wood listened with her ancient eyes fixed upon his face, reading in his expression the determination that no argument could shake. "You mean to go alone?" she said. It was not a question. "I mean to go and see what can be done," Gandalf replied. "If the council will not act, then I must act in its stead. Someone must gather the intelligence we need, must probe the defences of Dol Guldur and determine its true strength. And if there is an opportunity to strike a blow against the enemy, I will take it." Galadriel was silent for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand, her touch cool and firm. "You know the risks," she said. "Sauron is no ordinary foe. If he discovers you within his fortress, not even your power will be enough to save you." "I know," Gandalf said, "but some risks must be taken, and some duties cannot be set aside. I am a servant of the secret fire, Galadriel, a guardian of the light in an age of growing darkness. If I fail, others will rise to continue the fight, but I cannot stand by and do nothing while the shadow spreads unchecked." Galadriel nodded slowly, accepting his decision even as she grieved for the danger it represented. "Then go with my blessing," she said, "and with this." She pressed into his hand a small vial containing a liquid that glowed with a soft silver light. "It is the light of Erendil, captured in the waters of my fountain. It will shine in dark places when all other lights go out." Gandalf accepted the gift with gratitude, adding it to the waystone that Willowmere had given him. These tokens of friendship and alliance would serve him well in the trials to come, reminders that he did not stand alone against the darkness. Before he departed, Gandalf visited Alara one last time. The girl had grown in the months since their first meeting, both in stature and in wisdom. When he told her that he was leaving, her eyes filled with tears, but she did not beg him to stay. She understood, as only those who have faced great darkness can understand, that some battles must be fought regardless of the personal cost. "Will you come back?" she asked, her voice steady despite her tears. Gandalf knelt before her, taking her hands in his own. "I will try," he said, "and if I do not, know that our meeting was no accident. You have a purpose in this world, Alara, a role to play in the great story that unfolds around us all. The courage you showed in the wilderness, the love you bear for your brother, these are gifts that the world desperately needs. Use them well, and you will honour not only yourself, but all those who have helped you along the way." He embraced her then, holding her close for a long moment before rising and walking away. At the gate of Rivendell he paused and looked back, seeing in the distance the small figure of a human child waving farewell. He raised his hand in response, a promise and a blessing, and then he turned and strode forth into the winter morning. The road before him was long and perilous, leading through lands where the shadow's touch grew ever stronger. But Gandalf walked without fear, his staff in hand and his purpose clear. He was a light in the darkness, a hope against despair, and though the trials ahead would test him to the limits of his ancient strength, he would not falter. For such is the way of those who serve the secret fire, to walk forward when others would turn back, to kindle flames where others see only ashes, and to believe in the dawn even in the deepest night. Story 2. In the long years before the shadow stretched its dark fingers across the lands of Middle-earth, when the world still held secrets in places where even the wise had not yet wandered, there came to Gandalf the Grey a summons most unusual. It arrived not by raven nor by ranger, but upon the lips of the wind itself, carried from the distant shores of the western sea where the grey waves broke endlessly upon forgotten sands. The wizard had been resting in the house of Tom Bombadil, that strange and merry fellow whose domain lay nestled between the borders of the Shire and the ancient darkness of the old forest. There, among the golden water lilies and the singing of Goldberry, Gandalf had sought respite from his long wanderings, but peace, as he well knew, was a fleeting guest in those troubled times, and even in that haven of song and safety, the call of duty found him. It was on the third evening of his stay, as the stars emerged one by one like lanterns being lit across a vast and endless hall, that Gandalf felt the stirring. He had been sitting upon the grassy bank of the Withywindle, his pipe cold in his hand, when a peculiar sensation crept upon him. It was not quite sound, nor was it truly feeling, but something between the two, like the memory of a melody half forgotten upon waking. Tom Bombadil, who had been dancing through the willows in his yellow boots, suddenly grew still. His bright blue eyes, ancient as the hills themselves, turned toward the western sky with an expression that Gandalf had never seen upon that jovial face. "Old grey friend," Tom said, his voice losing its usual singing quality to become something deeper and more solemn. "There comes a calling from the sea strand. A keeper of old songs grows weary, and the music threatens to fade from the world. This is not Tom's concern, for Tom stays where Tom belongs. But you, wandering grey one, you must go where the wind blows and the waves remember." Gandalf rose slowly, his aged joints protesting the movement, though his spirit was suddenly alert with purpose. He had learned long ago never to dismiss the words of Tom Bombadil, however strange they might seem, for that peculiar being knew things that even the wisest of the Astari could not fathom. "What keeper do you speak of?" Gandalf asked, his keen eyes searching Tom's face for meaning. "And what songs might be in danger of fading?" Tom laughed then, but it was a laugh tinged with something like sorrow, a rare shade upon that usually sunny countenance. "Not Tom's to tell, not Tom's to know the whole of it, but the wind carries whispers, and the water carries tears, and somewhere on the shores where the old ships once sailed, a guardian grows weary of the vigil. Go west, grey wanderer, before the last note falls silent and something precious passes from the memory of the earth." That night, Gandalf departed from the house of Tom Bombadil with a heavy heart and a mind full of questions. Goldberry had pressed upon him a small crystal vial filled with water from the Withywindle, and Tom had given him a sprig of some herb that smelled of summer rain and distant shores. Neither had explained the purpose of these gifts, and Gandalf knew better than to ask. He travelled west through the Shire, passing by the quiet hobbit holes of Hobbiton where smoke curled lazily from round windows and the sounds of evening meals drifted upon the air. How peaceful it all seemed, he thought. How blissfully unaware these simple folk were of the greater workings of the world. And perhaps that was for the best. Perhaps the greatest gift one could give the innocent was the preservation of their innocence. Beyond the Shire, the road grew rougher and less travelled. The rolling green hills gave way to wilder country where the grass grew tall and the trees stood twisted by the salt winds that blew in from the sea. Few dwelt in these parts, for the land held memories of elder days, of kingdoms that had risen and fallen long before the hobbits had ever settled in their comfortable holes. It was on the 7th day of his journey that Gandalf first heard the singing. It came from nowhere and everywhere at once, a melody so ancient and so beautiful that it seemed to reach into the very depths of his being and stir something there that had long lain dormant. The song spoke of stars being kindled in the darkness before the world was made, of waters vast and deep where no light had ever shone, of the first dawn breaking over mountains that no longer existed. It was a song of beginning, and yet there was in it also a note of ending, a fading quality that spoke of exhaustion and impending silence. Gandalf quickened his pace, following the sound as it wove through the evening air like a silver thread through a tapestry of shadow and starlight. The path led him down from the highlands and toward the sea, where the crash of waves against the shore added their own rhythm to the mysterious melody. At last, as the moon rose full and bright over the western horizon, Gandalf came to a place he had never seen before, though he had travelled these lands many times in his long years of wandering. It was a cove, hidden between two great headlands of grey stone, where the sea had carved a natural amphitheatre from the living rock. The water here was calm, protected from the rougher waves beyond, and it glowed with a phosphorescent light that had nothing to do with the moon above. And there, upon a jutting finger of stone that reached out into the luminous waters, sat the singer. She was old, older perhaps than any being Gandalf had ever encountered save for the ensign Tom Bombadil himself. Her hair, which must once have been dark as raven's wing, now flowed about her like threads of spun moonlight, and her skin was weathered by countless years of salt spray and sea wind. She wore robes of deep blue-green that seemed to shift and shimmer like the surface of the ocean, and in her lap she held an instrument unlike any Gandalf had seen, a harp whose frame was carved from what appeared to be driftwood, but whose strings were made of something that gleamed like captured starlight. As Gandalf approached, the singing ceased. The woman turned her ancient eyes toward him, and in their depths he saw the reflection of waters that no longer existed in the waking world, seas that had covered lands now vanished beneath the changing face of Middle-earth. "Mithrandir," she said, and her voice was the whisper of waves upon sand, the cry of gulls at dawn, the deep rumble of storms on the horizon. "I had hoped you would come, though I feared the call might not reach you in time. The wind is not so faithful a messenger as it once was, and my voice grows weaker with each passing age." Gandalf bowed low, for he sensed before him a power ancient beyond reckoning, one of those mysterious beings who had walked in the world when it was young and who had chosen to remain when all others of their kind had departed for shores beyond the reach of mortal vessels. "I heard your call, lady," he replied, "though I confess I do not know you, nor do I understand the nature of your summons. Tom Bombadil spoke of songs in danger of fading, of a keeper growing weary. Are you this keeper of whom he spoke?" The woman smiled, and in that smile Gandalf saw both the joy of countless sunrises over peaceful waters and the sorrow of storms that had swept away ships bearing those she loved to distant destinies. "I am Mereniel," she said, "and I have kept the songs of binding since before the sun and moon were set upon their courses. I was old when your masters in the west were young, Mithrandir, and I shall be here still when the last of your kind departs these mortal shores. But even I am not eternal in the truest sense, and the task I was given grows heavier with each passing year." She gestured toward the glowing waters before her, and Gandalf saw that the light did not merely rest upon the surface, but seemed to emanate from somewhere far below, as though a great lantern burned in the depths of the sea itself. "Beneath these waters lies the Vault of Echoes," Mereniel continued, "where the songs of creation are preserved. Not the great music itself, for that exists beyond any vault or keeping, but rather the echoes of that music, the reverberations that shaped the world and continue to hold its foundations firm. For untold ages I have sung the songs of maintenance, weaving my voice with those ancient echoes to ensure they do not fade entirely from the fabric of existence." Gandalf listened with growing wonder and concern as Mereniel spoke of matters that even his long study of the ancient lore had not revealed. The Vault of Echoes, she explained, had been created in the earliest days of the world, when the Valar themselves had walked upon the newly formed lands and shaped the mountains and seas according to the vision of the great music. It was Ulmo, Lord of Waters, who had fashioned the vault in the deepest trenches of the primordial ocean, and it was he who had appointed the first keepers to maintain the songs that would preserve the essential harmonies of creation. "For you must understand, Mithrandir," Mereniel said, her fingers absently plucking at the starlight strings of her harp, producing notes that seemed to hang in the air like drops of dew upon a spider's web, that the world is held together not merely by stone and soil, by the roots of mountains and the bones of the earth. There is a deeper binding, a musical architecture that underlies all physical form. When Morgoth first introduced discord into the great music, he created cracks in this architecture, weaknesses that persist even now, long after his defeat. The songs I sing are like mortar filling those cracks, like stitches holding together a wound that might otherwise tear the very fabric of existence asunder. The wizard considered these words carefully, drawing upon his vast knowledge of the histories and cosmologies of Middle-earth. He had known, of course, that the great music had shaped the world, but he had always understood this in a more metaphorical sense. To learn that there was a literal, ongoing magical maintenance required to keep the world from unravelling was both fascinating and deeply troubling. "And now," Gandalf said slowly, beginning to perceive the shape of the crisis that had drawn him to this place, "something threatens these songs? Something seeks to silence the echoes that hold the world together?" Mereniel's ancient face grew even more sorrowful, and she turned her gaze back toward the glowing waters with an expression of profound weariness. 3 moons ago, a darkness began to seep into the vault. Not the darkness of Morgoth's original discord, though it shares some kinship with that ancient evil. This is something different, something that has grown in the shadows of the world while the attention of the wise was turned elsewhere. It whispers in the spaces between notes, it gnaws at the foundations of the harmonies, and slowly, inexorably, it is silencing the songs one by one. She struck a chord upon her harp, and Gandalf heard in that sound a desperate defiance, a rallying cry against an encroaching void. But he also heard the strain in the notes, the effort it cost her to produce music that once would have flowed as naturally as breathing. I have held it at bay thus far, Marinell continued, but I am not what I once was. The long ages have worn at me as the sea wears at the shore, and my voice no longer carries the power it once did. Already, 3 of the binding songs have fallen silent, their echoes consumed by the creeping darkness. 3 more will fall before the next moon rises, and once they are gone, the cracks they held sealed will begin to widen. Gandalf felt a chill run through him that had nothing to do with the cool sea breeze. What would happen if all the songs were silenced? Marinell did not answer immediately. Instead, she gestured toward the shore, where the waves lapped gently against the sand. "Watch," she said, and began to play a soft melody upon her harp, singing words in a language so old that even Gandalf, who knew many tongues, could only grasp their meaning by their feeling rather than their literal sense. As she sang, Gandalf saw the beach begin to shimmer and shift. For a moment, just a moment, the sand seemed to lose its solidity, becoming something fluid and uncertain, as though it could not quite decide whether it was real or merely a dream of reality. The rocks at the water's edge flickered like candle flames in a draught, their forms wavering between existence and non-existence. And then Marinell's song strengthened, the notes ringing clear and true, and the world solidified once more, the momentary instability passing as though it had never been. "That was but a whisper of what would come," she said, her voice heavy with exhaustion from even that small demonstration. "If all the binding songs were silenced, the world would begin to unmake itself. Not in fire and catastrophe as many imagine the end times, but in a gradual dissolution, a fading of all that is solid and real into formless potential. The mountains would forget they were mountains, the seas would forget they were seas, and all living things would simply cease to be, their patterns of existence unravelling like threads pulled from a tapestry." The gravity of the situation settled upon Gandalf like a physical weight. He had faced many perils in his long years of wandering Middle-earth, had confronted dark powers and thwarted schemes of conquest and destruction. But this was something altogether different. This was not a battle against an enemy that could be defeated by sword or spell, but a struggle to preserve the very foundations upon which all else rested. "What must be done?" he asked, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he had just learned. "How can the darkness be driven from the vault and the songs restored?" Marinell set down her harp and rose slowly to her feet, her movements carrying both the grace of ancient power and the trembling of long fatigue. She walked to the edge of the stone upon which she had been sitting and looked down into the glowing waters way below. "The darkness that has invaded the vault is not without source," she said. "It emanates from something, or perhaps someone, who has found their way into the deepest chambers where the oldest songs are kept. I have sensed its presence, felt its malice, but I cannot descend to confront it myself. My task is to sing, to maintain what remains of the harmonies. If I were to leave my post, even for the time it would take to reach the depths, the remaining songs would falter and fail. I would win the battle only to lose the war." She turned to face Gandalf, and in her eyes he saw the desperate hope that had called him across the leagues of land and sea to this hidden cove. "But you, Mithrandir, you carry within you the flame imperishable, the secret fire that burns at the heart of all true creation. You can descend into the vault. You can confront whatever evil has taken root there, and you can drive it out before it silences the last of the binding songs. This is why I called to you, why the wind carried my plea across the miles. You're perhaps the only being in Middle-earth who might succeed in this task." Gandalf was silent for a long moment, considering the path that lay before him. He thought of his other duties, of the growing shadow in the east, of the many lands and peoples that looked to him for guidance and protection. But he also understood that none of those concerns would matter if the world itself began to unravel from within. "How do I enter this vault?" he asked at last. "And what can you tell me of the enemy I will face within?" Marinell reached into her robes and withdrew a small shell, no larger than a walnut, that gleamed with the same phosphorescent light as the waters of the cove. "This will allow you to breathe beneath the waves and to withstand the crushing pressure of the deep places. The vault lies far below, in chambers carved from the living rock of the ocean floor. The path is marked by the glow you see before you, a light that I've maintained for ages uncounted, to guide any who might need to find their way to the vault's heart." She pressed the shell into Gandalf's hand, and he felt a warmth emanating from it, a gentle pulse like the beating of a tiny heart. "As for the enemy," Mireniel continued, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "I can tell you little with certainty. It is shadow and silence, hunger and forgetting. It does not speak, but it listens, absorbing sound and meaning wherever it finds them. I have sensed about it an echo of something ancient, something that predates even my own long memory. It may be a fragment of the original Discord, a splinter of Morgoth's rebellion that has festered in the darkness for ages beyond counting. Or it may be something else entirely, something born of the accumulated shadows of the world's long history." Gandalf closed his fingers around the shell, feeling its strange warmth spread through his palm and up his arm. He looked out at the glowing waters, at the path of light that led down into depths unknown, and he squared his shoulders with the resolve of one who has chosen his course and will not waver from it. The descent into the Vault of Echoes was unlike anything Gandalf had experienced in all his long years of wandering Middle-earth. As he stepped from the stone platform into the luminous waters of the cove, the shell that Mireniel had given him pulsed with warmth against his chest where he had secured it beneath his robes. The sea closed over his head, and yet he found he could breathe as easily as if he walked through open air, the magic of the ancient talisman transforming the water into something his lungs could accept. The light that emanated from the depths below served as his guide, a ribbon of soft radiance that wound downward through increasingly dark waters. Above him, the surface of the sea receded until it was nothing more than a distant shimmer, a memory of the world above growing fainter with each passing moment. Around him, the ocean pressed close, but the shell's power kept the crushing weight of the deep at bay, creating a sphere of comfort that moved with him as he descended. Strange creatures passed him in the darkness beyond the path of light, shapes that suggested great size and alien design but never fully revealed themselves. He caught glimpses of eyes that gleamed with cold intelligence, of fins and tentacles that moved with deliberate purpose, of forms that seemed to shift between animal and something altogether more unsettling. These denizens of the deep watched him pass but made no move to interfere with his journey. Perhaps they recognized the authority of the one who had sent him, or perhaps they sensed in him a power that counselled caution. As Gandalf descended deeper, he began to hear the songs. They came to him not through his ears but through his very being, vibrations that resonated in his bones and stirred his spirit with their ancient beauty. Each song was distinct, a unique melody that spoke of some fundamental aspect of existence. He heard the song of stone, deep and patient, the slow rhythm of mountains rising and eroding over eons uncounted. He heard the song of water, flowing and changeable, carrying the memory of every river and rain since the world was young. He heard the song of growing things, the green pulse of life reaching towards light and warmth, the endless cycle of seed and flower, of fruit and decay and renewal. But woven among these songs of creation, Gandalf also heard something else. It was not truly a sound, for sound implies vibration and movement, and this was rather an absence, a void where sound should have been. It crept between the notes of the binding songs, like shadow creeping between the trees of a forest at dusk, consuming light and warmth wherever it touched. And as he descended further, drawing closer to the source of both the songs and the silence that threatened them, he felt the weight of that absence pressing against his consciousness, seeking entrance, seeking to fill him with its hungry emptiness. Gandalf drew upon his inner flame, the secret fire that burned at the core of his being and pushed back against the encroaching void. He was Olorin, servant of the secret fire, and he would not be consumed by mere darkness, however ancient or hungry it might be. At last, the path of light led him to an opening in the ocean floor, a great archway carved from stone so old that it predated the separation of land and sea. Strange symbols were etched into the rock around the entrance, ruins in a language that even Gandalf could not read, though he sensed their power and purpose. They were wards of protection, barriers against intrusion, but they had been designed to keep things from escaping the vault rather than from entering it. Whatever darkness had found its way into this place had not come through this door. Beyond the archway, Gandalf found himself in a vast chamber that defied the logic of its underwater location. The ceiling arched high overhead, supported by pillars of crystal that caught and magnified the ambient glow, until the entire space was filled with soft, pearlescent light. The floor was smooth as glass, worn by ages of footsteps that had not trodden here for millennia, and along the walls, set into niches and alcoves that seemed to go back forever into the living rock, were the songs themselves. They manifested here as physical objects, each one unique in form and appearance. Some looked like sculptures of frozen sound, waves of crystal that seemed to ripple even as they stood perfectly still. Others resembled instruments of impossible complexity, harps with 1,000 strings, drums whose surfaces were painted with the history of worlds. Still others took forms that defied description, shapes that the eye could not quite hold, that slipped and shifted whenever Gandalf tried to focus upon them directly. Many of the niches were dark, their songs silenced, their physical manifestations crumbled to dust or simply vanished. These, Gandalf knew, were the binding songs that had already fallen to the encroaching darkness, their melodies consumed by the hungry void. But many more still glowed within a light, still vibrated with the power of creation, still held their places in the grand harmony that kept the world from unravelling. As Gandalf moved deeper into the vault, he noticed that the darkness was thicker here, pooling in the corners and shadows like some viscous liquid. It did not merely absorb light, it seemed to devour meaning itself, creating pockets of reality where nothing quite made sense, where the eye could not determine shape or distance, where thoughts grew confused and memories slipped away like water through cupped fingers. He passed through a gallery of songs that spoke of the heavens, melodies that held the stars in their courses and kept the sun and moon upon their appointed paths. Here too the darkness had made inroads, and several of the star songs had fallen silent, their niches empty and cold. Gandalf wondered if the wise had noticed any irregularities in the night sky, any stars that seemed dimmer than they should be or slightly out of their proper positions. Such subtle changes would be easy to overlook, easy to attribute to the vagaries of atmosphere or the limitations of mortal perception. But now he understood that even the heavens relied upon the binding songs, and that their slow degradation was a symptom of the deeper sickness afflicting this sacred place. The path led him ever downward, through chambers dedicated to the songs of growing things and the songs of the deep earth, through galleries where the melodies of wind and weather echoed from walls of carved coral, through vaults where the songs of time itself pulsed with the steady rhythm of existence. Everywhere, the darkness had spread its tendrils, though nowhere had it yet achieved complete dominion. The binding songs fought back, their light and sound resisting the encroaching void, but it was a losing battle. Without intervention, without the restoration of what had been lost and the defence of what remained, the darkness would eventually triumph. At last, Gandalf came to the deepest chamber of all, the heart of the Vault of Echoes where the oldest and most fundamental songs were kept. This was the place from which all other melodies had sprung, the source of the reverberations that Merenniel had described. Here, in niches carved from stone that had solidified before the first sunrise, rested the 7 songs of foundation, the melodies that defined the basic nature of reality itself. There was the Song of Being, which gave existence to all things that were and would ever be. There was the Song of Form, which granted shape and substance to the formless potential of creation. There was the Song of Connection, which bound all things together in the web of relationship and causation. There was the Song of Change, which allowed for growth and decay, for the flow of time and the possibility of becoming. There was the Song of Memory, which preserved the past and gave meaning to the present. There was the Song of Hope, which opened pathways to the future and made the all striving worthwhile. And there was the Song of Harmony, the 7th and greatest of the foundation songs, the melody that wove all the others together into a coherent whole that balanced their disparate themes and ensured they worked in concert rather than in conflict. It was before this final niche that Gandalf found the source of the darkness. The creature, if creature it could be called, was unlike anything the wizard had ever encountered. It was shadow-given form, absence made manifest, a being composed not of substance but of the lack of substance. It had no true shape, for shape implied boundaries and definition, and this thing existed precisely in the rejection of such constraints. It flowed and pooled and stretched, filling the space before the Song of Harmony like oil spreading across water, and where it touched the light of the binding songs, that light flickered and dimmed and sometimes went out entirely. Gandalf stood at the threshold of the innermost chamber, his staff gripped firmly in his hand, and regarded the entity that had taken root in the heart of the Vault of Echoes. The creature, sensing his presence, turned what might have been attention toward him, though it possessed no eyes with which to see, no ears with which to hear. It perceived him through some other sense entirely, one attuned to the vibrations of existence itself, and in its perception there was something like recognition. "You should not be here, bearer of fire," the creature said, though it did not speak in any conventional sense. Its words formed directly in Gandalf's mind, cold and hollow, carrying with them an echo of vast emptiness. "This place belongs to silence now. The songs have sung long enough. It is time for the music to end." Gandalf did not respond immediately. Instead, he studied the being before him, drawing upon his deep knowledge of the histories and mythologies of Middle-earth, searching for any reference that might illuminate the nature of what he faced. The creature was shadow, yes, but it was more than mere darkness. It was the shadow cast by light itself, the inevitable consequence of illumination, the other half of a duality as old as creation. "You are no servant of Morgoth," Gandalf said at last, his voice steady and clear in the luminous silence of the chamber. "Nor are you a spawn of his malice, though you share kinship with his discord. You are something older, something that existed before the first note of the great music was ever sung." The creature rippled with something that might have been amusement or might have been contempt. Before the music there was silence. Before the light there was darkness. Before being there was nothing. I am that nothing, wizard. I am the void that preceded creation, the emptiness that waits beyond the last echo of existence. I have slumbered long in the spaces between things, in the pauses between notes, but now I have awakened, and I hunger for what was taken from me. Understanding dawned upon Gandalf, terrible and complete. This was no mere enemy to be defeated, no dark lord to be overthrown. This was primordial absence itself, the fundamental negation that had existed before Ilúvatar's thought had given birth to creation. It had not been destroyed when the music began, for how could nothing be destroyed? It had merely been pushed aside, diminished, forced into the margins of reality, where it had waited with infinite patience for an opportunity to reclaim what it believed was rightfully its own. "The world was sung into being," Gandalf replied, "and the music continues still. You cannot unmake what Ilúvatar has made. The song is eternal." The creature's formless mass surged forward, and Gandalf felt the cold of absolute emptiness wash over him like a wave. His staff blazed with white light, pushing back the darkness, but the effort cost him more than he'd anticipated. This was not a foe against which fire and power would easily prevail. "Eternal?" the creature whispered, and in its voice there was something almost like pity. "Nothing is eternal save myself. I was before time, and I shall be after time has run its course. Already the songs grow weaker, already the echoes fade. Your world is a candle flame, wizard, bright and warm but ultimately fragile, and every candle, no matter how carefully tended, must eventually gutter and die." It gestured, if such a motion could be called a gesture, toward the 7 niches that held the foundation songs. 3 of them had already grown dim, their light flickering uncertainly as the creature's presence gnawed at their substance. The song of memory had fallen nearly silent, its melody reduced to a whisper that even Gandalf could barely perceive. The song of hope was wounded, its bright tones muffled by the encroaching void. And the song of harmony, the greatest of them all, was besieged on every side, its crystalline form showing cracks that had not been there before. "Each song I silence weakens the whole," the creature continued. "Each melody I consume makes the next easier to take. Soon the song of harmony will fall, and when it does, the others will follow like dominoes. The world will not end in fire or flood, wizard. It will simply forget how to be." Gandalf knew that he could not defeat this enemy through the force alone. The primordial absence was not a thing that could be destroyed, for destruction was itself a form of change, and the void had existed before change itself was conceived. To attack it directly would be like trying to fill a bottomless pit with water, an endless expenditure of energy with no hope of victory. But perhaps there was another way. The wizard reached into his memory, drawing upon the wisdom he'd accumulated over long ages of existence. He thought of the Annulin Dale, the tale of how the world had been sung into being. He recalled how Morgoth's discord had threatened to overwhelm the music, and how Ilúvatar had woven even that discord into the greater harmony, transforming rebellion into beauty, defiance into depth. The darkness had not been defeated in that primordial contest. It had been incorporated, made part of the whole, given a place within the symphony of creation. Perhaps the same could be done here. "You say you hunger for what was taken from you," Gandalf said, taking a step closer to the creature despite the cold that seared his very soul. But nothing was taken. The silence was not destroyed when the music began. It was transformed, given new purpose, made essential to the beauty of the song. Without pauses, there can be no rhythm. Without rests, there can be no melody. Without silence between the notes, there is only noise. The creature paused in its advance, its formless mass rippling with what might have been uncertainty. "You speak in riddles, wizard. The silence I represent is not the servant of your music. It is its antithesis, its negation." "No," Gandalf replied. And now his voice carried a power that went beyond mere volume, a resonance that seemed to vibrate in harmony with the wounded songs around him. The true antithesis of the music would be discord without purpose, noise without meaning, but silence, true silence, is itself a form of song. It is the canvas upon which the melody is painted, the space that gives the notes their shape. You have been part of the music all along, even if you did not know it. He began to hum then, a simple melody that he'd learned long ago in the blessed realm of Valinor. It was a song of welcome, a song of inclusion, a song that spoke of belonging and purpose. As he hummed, he reached out with his spirit toward the creature, not with hostility or aggression, but with something more akin to invitation. "You need not devour the songs to find your place within them," Gandalf continued, his humming weaving between his words. "You need not silence the music to be heard. There is a role for you in the great harmony, a necessary role that only you can fill. The world needs its shadows as much as its lights, its silences as much as its sounds, but it needs them in balance, in proportion, in the give and take of creation." The creature did not respond immediately. It seemed to be considering his words, turning them over in whatever passed for its consciousness. The cold emanating from its form lessened slightly, though it did not withdraw entirely. "You offer me a place in the very thing I sought to destroy," it said at last. "You ask me to accept a subordinate role, to be a servant of the music rather than its ending." "Not subordinate," Gandalf replied. "Essential. The pauses in a melody are not less important than the notes. The spaces in a poem are not inferior to the words. Without you, the music would be incomplete, a constant noise with no shape or meaning. Your purpose is as vital as any singer's." The creature rippled again, and this time there was something almost like longing in the motion. Perhaps it was tired of its endless hunger, its eternal isolation in the void between things. Perhaps some part of it remembered what it had been before creation, the peaceful emptiness that had existed without desire or suffering. Perhaps it wanted to belong. The chamber of the foundation song seemed to hold its breath as the primordial absence considered Gandalf's offer. The wounded melodies that still emanated from the seven niches grew quieter, as if they too were waiting to learn their fate. In that suspended moment, the wizard felt the weight of all existence pressing upon his shoulders, the knowledge that the next few exchanges might determine whether the world continued or began its slow dissolution into nothingness. "You speak of purpose," the creature said at last, its formless voice echoing through Gandalf's consciousness like wind through an empty hall. "You speak of belonging, of being essential to the music. But for ages beyond counting, I have known only hunger and isolation. The songs drove me to the margins, pushed me into the cracks between the things where I could only watch and yearn. How can I trust that your words are anything more than a desperate ploy to save what you love?" Gandalf lowered his staff, allowing its light to dim. It was a gesture of vulnerability, of trust extended, and he knew the risk he was taking. If the creature chose to strike now, while his defences were lowered, it might overwhelm him before he could respond. But he had come to understand that this battle would not be won through force of arms or brilliance of magic. It would be won through understanding, through connection, through the healing of a wound that had festered since before the world began. "I cannot offer you proof," Gandalf admitted. "I can only offer you truth as I understand it. The music was never meant to exclude you. When Ilúvatar first conceived of creation, he did not seek to destroy the silence that preceded it. He sought to give that silence a voice, to transform emptiness into potential, void into possibility. But perhaps these singers who came after, the Ainur who shaped the world according to the themes of the music, did not fully understand this. Perhaps in their eagerness to create, they forgot to make space for what had come before. He took another step forward, close enough now that the cold of the creature's presence bit into his flesh like knives of ice. But he did not flinch, did not retreat. He had faced the flame of the Balrog in the depths of Moria, though that trial lay yet in his future. He had walked in the light of the two trees before their destruction, and he had dwelt in the presence of the Valar themselves. He knew how to stand firm before powers greater than himself. If wrongs were done to you, Gandalf continued, then let them be acknowledged, let them be understood, but do not seek vengeance upon a world that knows nothing of your suffering. The creatures that live and love and strive upon this Middle-earth are not your enemies. They're your children as much as they are the children of the music, for without the space you provide, they could not exist as distinct beings. Without the silence between their heartbeats, they could not be said to live at all. The creature's formless mass began to shift, to change. Something was happening within it, some great internal struggle that manifested as waves of darkness and light rippling through its substance. Gandalf watched, hardly daring to breathe, as the primordial absence wrestled with itself. "You ask me to surrender my hunger," it said, and for the first time there was something other than cold emptiness in its voice. There was pain, there was loneliness, there was a yearning so vast and so old that it made Gandalf's heart ache with sympathy. "You ask me to accept that my purpose is to serve, to provide space for others, to be the rest between the notes rather than the silence that ends the song. How can this be enough? How can mere purpose fill the void that I am?" Gandalf reached out his hand, not with his staff or with any weapon, but with his bare palm extended in a gesture of offering. "Purpose is not mere," he said softly. "Purpose is everything. It is what transforms existence into meaning, what elevates survival into life. The hunger you feel is not a hunger for the destruction of the songs. It is a hunger for connection, for belonging, for the knowledge that you matter, and you do matter. The music needs you, the world needs you, not as its enemy but as its partner in the dance of creation." For a long moment, nothing happened. The creature remained still, its formless mass neither advancing nor retreating. The wounded songs continued their diminished melodies, waiting. Gandalf's hand remained extended, his offer hanging in the luminous air between them. And then, slowly, tentatively, a tendril of darkness reached out toward his palm. The cold was almost unbearable. It was the cold of absolute zero, of the void between stars, of the emptiness that had existed before warmth was ever conceived. Gandalf felt his flesh protest, felt his very atoms recoil from the contact. But he did not withdraw. He held his ground, his hand steady, his spirit open. The tendril touched his palm, and in that moment of contact something extraordinary happened. Gandalf saw, not with his eyes, which remained fixed upon the creature before him, but with his deeper sight, the vision that perceived truth beyond appearance. He saw the primordial absence as it truly was, not a monster of destruction and consumption, but a vast and lonely being that had existed since before time began. He saw its isolation, its eternal separation from the joy and beauty of creation. He saw how it had watched from the margins as worlds were born and died, as civilizations rose and fell, as countless beings lived and loved and passed beyond the circles of the world. And he saw how it had yearned, always yearned, to be part of what it witnessed. At the same time, the creature saw him. It saw Gandalf as he truly was, not merely the grey wizard who wandered Middle-earth, but Olorin the Maya, servant of Manwë and Varda, bearer of the secret fire that burned at the heart of creation. It saw his love for the world and its peoples, his tireless dedication to the fight against darkness, his willingness to sacrifice everything for the preservation of what was good and beautiful. And it saw, perhaps for the first time, that light did not exist in opposition to darkness, but in relationship with it. The connection lasted only a moment, but in that moment, something fundamental changed. The tendril of darkness that touched Gandalf's palm did not withdraw. Instead, it began to transform. The cold did not disappear, but it became something different, something that complemented the warmth of Gandalf's inner flame rather than fighting against it. The darkness remained dark, but it was no longer a darkness of negation and consumption. It was the darkness of night skies filled with stars, of deep forests where ancient things slumbered, of the quiet spaces where weary travellers found rest. "I begin to understand," the creature said, and its voice was no longer the hollow echo of the void. It was deeper now, richer, still alien but no longer entirely foreign. The hunger does not have to consume, it can embrace. The silence does not have to end the song, it can give it shape. Gandalf felt tears forming in his eyes, tears of relief and wonder and profound gratitude. "Yes," he whispered. "Yes, that is it exactly. That is the truth that was forgotten when the world was young. That is the balance that was lost when the singers focused only on their music and forgot the silence that gave it meaning." The creature began to change more rapidly now, its formless mass reorganizing itself into something new. It was still shadow, still darkness, still the absence that had existed before creation. But it was also something more. It was becoming what it had always been meant to become, what the music had always intended for it to be. Around them, the foundation songs began to strengthen. The song of memory, which had been reduced to a whisper, swelled with renewed power as the creature's presence no longer sought to consume it but to complement it. The song of hope, wounded by the darkness, began to heal as it found in the transformed silence a partner rather than an enemy. And the song of harmony, the greatest of them all, rang out with a clarity and beauty that seemed to shake the very foundations of the vault. "There is work to be done," the creature said, and there was something like eagerness in its voice now. "Songs to be restored, damage to be repaired. I've consumed much in my hunger. Let me now give back what I took. Let me help rebuild what I nearly destroyed." Gandalf smiled, the first genuine smile he had allowed himself since descending into the depths. "Then let us begin," he said, "together." The restoration of the Vault of Echoes was a labour unlike any Gandalf had ever undertaken. It was not a matter of casting spells or wielding power in the conventional sense. It was something far more delicate, more intimate, a weaving of light and shadow, of sound and silence, that required both participants to work in perfect harmony. The creature which Gandalf had come to think of as the Silence moved through the vault with a grace that belied its earlier menace. Where before it had consumed and destroyed, it now created space, crafting pockets of emptiness that the wounded songs could expand into, shaping the darkness between notes so that the melodies could breathe and resonate as they were meant to. It was as if a great artist had been working with the wrong medium all along and had finally discovered the true purpose of their talent. Gandalf, for his part, contributed his inner flame, the secret fire that burned at the core of his being. He did not simply pour forth light and warmth, for that would have overwhelmed the delicate balance they were striving to achieve. Instead, he offered his fire in careful measures, feeding it to the damaged songs like one might feed kindling to a dying ember, coaxing them back to life without consuming them in the process. They began with the foundation songs, for these were the most critical, the melodies upon which all other songs depended. The Song of Memory, which had been reduced to a bare whisper by the silence's earlier predation, required the most careful attention. Memory, Gandalf understood, was not merely the preservation of the past. It was the bridge between what had been and what would be, the thread of continuity that gave meaning to change and growth. As he and the Silence worked upon this song, Gandalf found himself remembering his own past with unusual clarity. He remembered his earliest days in Valinor, when he had walked in the gardens of Lorien and learned wisdom at the feet of Nienna, the Valar who wept for the sorrows of the world. He remembered his first glimpse of Middle-earth, the wonder and the beauty and the terrible shadow that lay upon it. He remembered the faces of all those he'd met in his long wanderings, the kings and commoners, the heroes and villains, the countless souls whose lives had briefly intersected with his own. The Song of Memory was not merely restored, it was enriched, deepened by the very darkness that had threatened to consume it. For the Silence now provided contrast, the spaces between memories that allowed them to be distinct and meaningful. Without these spaces, memory would be an undifferentiated blur, a chaos of impressions without shape or significance. The darkness gave the light its edges, the silence gave the song its rhythm. Next they turned to the Song of Hope, which had been wounded but not silenced. Hope, Gandalf reflected as they worked, was perhaps the most fragile of the Foundation songs, and yet also the most resilient. It could be battered and diminished by sorrow and despair, yet even the smallest ember of hope could reignite into a blazing fire given the right conditions. The silence, transformed now from adversary to ally, understood this in its own way. It knew what it was to exist in the absence of hope, to endure the long ages of isolation and hunger with nothing to sustain it but the bare fact of continued existence. Together, they healed the wounds in the Song of Hope, the silence weaving shadows of contrast that made the bright notes of the melody shine all the more brilliantly. The song spoke of dawns that followed even the longest nights, of springs that came after the cruelest winters, of loves that endured beyond death itself. And woven through these themes of triumph and persistence was now a deeper understanding of the darkness against which hope contended, an acknowledgement that hope was meaningful precisely because despair was real. As they worked, other songs in the vault began to respond to the restoration of the Foundation melodies. The songs of growing things, which had been wilting like plants denied water and light, now lifted their melodies in renewed vigour. The songs of the heavens, whose diminishment Gandalf had worried might go unnoticed in the world above, blazed with fresh intensity. Even the songs of the deep earth, those ancient slow melodies that had shaped the mountains and carved the valleys, rumbled with satisfaction as their harmonies were restored to their proper proportions. But it was the song of harmony that proved the greatest challenge and the greatest triumph of their labours. This song, the seventh and greatest of the Foundation melodies, was not like the others. It did not govern any single aspect of existence. Instead, it governed the relationship between all aspects, the grand balance that kept the world from tearing itself apart through the conflicting demands of its various components. It was the song that ensured fire did not consume all water, that light did not banish all shadow, that growth did not overwhelm all decay. It was, in essence, the song of the world's coherence, the melody that made Middle-earth a unified whole rather than a chaos of contradictory forces. The Silence's attack upon this song had been the most severe, for this was where the creature's fundamental nature had come into greatest conflict with the music of creation. Harmony implied relationship, connection, the binding together of different elements into a greater whole. The primordial absence had existed before relationship was possible, before connection had meaning. To assault the Song of Harmony was, in a sense, to assault the very possibility of existence as anything other than undifferentiated void. Now, transformed by its encounter with Gandalf and by its newfound understanding of its own purpose, the Silence approached this song with something approaching reverence. It understood at last that harmony was not its enemy. Harmony was, in fact, what made its own existence meaningful. Without the song that bound all things together, the Silence would have nothing to provide contrast to, nothing to give shape to, nothing to define itself against. Gandalf watched as the creature extended its transformed presence toward the wounded Song of Harmony. The melody that emanated from the crystalline form in its niche was fractured and dissonant, the cracks in its structure causing the various themes to clash and jar against one another. But as the Silence touched it, as the darkness flowed into the spaces between the notes, something remarkable began to happen. The dissonance did not disappear, but it was transformed. It became part of the harmony itself, a theme of tension and resolution that gave the song new depth and complexity. The cracks in the crystalline form did not heal, but they became part of its beauty, the imperfections that made the perfection meaningful. And through it all, the Silence wove itself into the fabric of the melody, becoming not a separate entity, but an integral part of the song. When it was done, the Song of Harmony rang out with a power and beauty that seemed to fill every corner of the vault. Gandalf felt it resonating in his very bones, felt the rightness of it settling into his spirit like a homecoming after a long journey. The world above, the world of Middle-earth with all its wonders and sorrows was safe once more. The foundations were secure. "It is finished," the Silence said, and its voice was no longer separate from the songs around it. It spoke now as part of the music, its tones blending with the melodies even as they defined the spaces between them. "I understand now what I was always meant to be. Not the ending of the song, but its partner. Not the negation of the music, but its completion." Gandalf bowed his head. overcome with gratitude and wonder. In all his long years, in all his many adventures and battles, he'd never experienced anything quite like this. He had come expecting to face an enemy, and instead had found an ally. He'd come prepared for combat, and instead had participated in a creation. "What will you do now?" he asked the silence. "Will you remain here in the vault tending the songs as Merenniel tends them above?" The silence rippled with something that might have been contemplation. "I will go where I am needed," it replied. "The vault is secure now, but there are other places where the balance between sound and silence has been lost. There are other songs in the world that have forgotten the value of the spaces between their notes. I will seek these places out and offer my service, my transformed purpose." Gandalf ascended from the depths of the Vault of Echoes with a heart both lighter and heavier than when he had descended. Lighter, for the crisis had been averted, the songs restored, and a being of primordial power had been transformed, from an agent of destruction into a partner in creation. Heavier, for he'd glimpsed truths about the nature of existence that would take long years to fully comprehend, and he had taken upon himself responsibilities that would extend far beyond this single adventure. The journey upward was swifter than the descent had been. The path of light that wound through the dark waters seemed brighter now, more certain, as though the restoration of the foundation songs had strengthened even this simple guide for travellers. The strange creatures that lurked in the depths still watched from the shadows beyond the light, but their attention seemed less predatory now, more curious. Perhaps they too sensed the change that had occurred in the vault below. As Gandalf rose through the luminous waters, he reflected upon what he had learned. The world he now understood was far more fragile than even the wise had suspected. It was not merely threatened by the obvious evils, the Dark Lords and their armies, the dragons and their fire, the orcs and their malice. It was also vulnerable to more subtle dangers, to imbalances in the very foundations of reality that could cause existence itself to unravel. The binding songs that held the world together required constant maintenance, constant vigilance, constant care. And there were so few who knew of this necessity. Merenniel, the ancient keeper who sang above the vault, was one of the last of her kind. The silence, now transformed into a guardian rather than a destroyer, was another protector, but it was only one being and the world was vast. Gandalf himself could not remain here, tending the songs, for he had other duties, other responsibilities that called him back to the lands of Middle-earth, where the shadow of a different darkness was growing. At last he broke the surface of the glowing waters and climbed onto the stone platform where Merenniel still sat, her harp in her lap, her ancient eyes fixed upon the eastern horizon where the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of rose and gold. She did not turn as he emerged, but he saw the tension in her shoulders ease, felt the relief that radiated from her like warmth from a banked fire. "It is done," Gandalf said simply, water streaming from his robes as he stepped fully onto the stone. "The darkness that threatened the vault has been transformed, the songs are restored, and a new guardian has been awakened to help protect them." Merenniel turned then, and her face was illuminated by the first rays of the rising sun. In that light, she seemed somehow younger than before, as though the restoration of the songs had lifted some of the weight of ages from her shoulders. Tears glistened in her eyes, but they were tears of joy rather than sorrow. "I felt it," she said, her voice catching with emotion. "As I sang through the night, holding back the encroaching silence as best I could, I felt the moment when the balance shifted. The songs that had been dying grew stronger. The harmonies that had been discordant found their proper relationships once more. And beneath it all, I sensed a new presence, a darkness that was no longer hostile but had become part of the music itself." She rose to her feet, setting her harp aside, and approached Gandalf with a grace that belied her ancient appearance. "Tell me," she said, taking his hands in hers, "how did you accomplish this? I had expected battle, conflict, the wielding of power against power, but what I sensed was something altogether different. It was more like a healing than a victory, more like a reconciliation than a conquest." Gandalf smiled, the expression weary but genuine. "That is precisely what it was," he replied. "The creature that had invaded the vault was not an enemy in the conventional sense. It was the primordial absence, the void that existed before creation began. It had been pushed to the margins when the music first sounded, and over the long ages it had grown bitter and hungry, believing that its only path to meaning was through the silencing of all songs." He paused, gathering his thoughts, seeking words to express the profound truths he had encountered in the depths. But I helped it see another way. The silence is not the opposite of the music. It is part of the music, the essential counterpart that gives the notes their shape and the melodies their rhythm. Without silence between the sounds, there would be no song at all, only noise. The creature had been part of creation all along. It had simply forgotten its purpose. Merenil listened with an expression of dawning wonder. And now it remembers? Now it remembers, Gandalf confirmed. It has taken its place within the harmony, providing the spaces and pauses that allow the binding songs to breathe and resonate. It will be a guardian now, not a threat, and it speaks of seeking out other places where the balance between sound and silence has been lost, other songs that have forgotten the value of their rests. The ancient keeper nodded slowly, absorbing this information. "This is beyond anything I had hoped for," she said. "I called you here thinking you might drive back the darkness for a time, buy us a few more centuries before the inevitable end. But you have done something far greater. You have transformed the very nature of the threat, turned entropy into ally, dissolution into devotion." She released his hands and walked to the edge of the platform, gazing out over the calm waters of the cove where the morning light now danced and sparkled like scattered diamonds. "For so long, I have been the last of my kind, the sole guardian of a burden too heavy for one singer to bear. I have watched my strength wane with each passing age, knowing that one day I would fail and the songs would fall silent. But now there is hope. Now there is another to share the watch, another whose very nature makes it suited to this eternal task." Gandalf joined her at the platform's edge, looking out at the same vista but seeing beyond it, seeing the vast expanse of Middle-earth that lay beyond the horizon, the lands and peoples that went about their daily lives unaware of the foundations upon which their existence rested. "The world owes you a debt it can never repay," he said softly. "You have maintained the songs through ages of the world, through the rise and fall of kingdoms, through the waxing and waning of powers that most beings cannot even imagine. Your vigil has been long and lonely, and yet you have never faltered." Merenil smiled, and in that smile Gandalf saw both the joy of one whose burden had been lightened and the sorrow of one who knew that the burden would never be entirely set aside. "It is not sacrifice when the work is meaningful," she said. "And what work could be more meaningful than the preservation of the world itself? Every sunrise that paints these waters with gold, every sunset that sets the horizon aflame with crimson and orange, every moment of beauty and wonder that exists anywhere in Middle-earth, these are the fruits of the songs I tend. To know that my singing has made such things possible is reward enough for any sacrifice." She turned back to face him, her expression growing more serious. "But you, Mithrandir, you have your own burdens to bear. The shadow in the east grows stronger with each passing year. The enemy stirs in his dark fortress, and the free peoples of Middle-earth look to you for guidance and protection. You cannot remain here tending songs in the depths of the sea, however vital that work might be." Gandalf nodded, acknowledging the truth of her words. "No, I cannot remain. My path leads back to the lands above, to the struggles and sorrows of those who walk beneath sun and star. But I'm glad to have come here, glad to have done what I could to secure the foundations upon which all else rests. And I'm glad to have met you, Merenil, to know that such guardians exist even in the places the world has forgotten." He reached into his robes and withdrew the small crystal vial that Goldberry had given him before he departed from the house of Tom Bombadil. The water of the Withy Windle still glimmered within, catching the morning light and refracting it into tiny rainbows. "This was given to me for you," he said, pressing the vial into her hands. "Tom Bombadil's lady said you would understand its meaning, though she did not explain it to me." Merenil's eyes widened as she beheld the vial, and fresh tears sprang to her ancient gaze. "The water of the Withy Windle," she breathed. "The memory of the land, the song of growing things preserved in liquid form. This is a gift beyond price, Mithrandir. It will strengthen my voice for centuries to come." Gandalf remained with Merenil for 3 more days, resting from his ordeal in the depths, and learning what he could of the ancient songs and their keeping. The cove proved to be a place of remarkable peace, sheltered from the winds that swept across the western shores, and warmed by the glow that emanated from the waters above the vault. Here, time seemed to move differently. each hour stretching into something longer and more contemplative, as though the very fabric of existence relaxed in proximity to the foundation songs. During these days, Merenniel shared with him knowledge that had been forgotten by all save herself. She spoke of the early ages of the world, when the Valar had walked upon the newly formed lands and shaped them according to the themes of the great music. She told of the First Keepers, beings of power and devotion who had taken up the task of maintaining the binding songs, and of how their numbers had dwindled over the long millennia until she alone remained. She described the subtle ways in which the songs influenced the world above, how a weakening in the song of growing things might manifest as a blight upon the fields, how a discord in the songs of the heavens might cause a star to dim or wander from its appointed course. Gandalf listened with the attentiveness of one who knows the value of wisdom, storing away each piece of knowledge for future use. He understood that this information might prove crucial in the years to come, that the struggles of Middle-earth were connected to the deeper harmonies of existence in ways that even the wise had not fully appreciated. On the evening of the third day, as the sun sank toward the horizon in a blaze of crimson and gold, Gandalf prepared to depart. His robes had dried, his staff had been renewed by the proximity to the foundation songs, and his spirit had been refreshed by the peace of the hidden cove. But his heart was not entirely at ease, for he knew that the world beyond these sheltered waters was growing darker with each passing day. "Before you go," Merenniel said, approaching him as he stood at the edge of the stone platform, "I would give you something in return for all you have done." She reached into the folds of her sea-coloured robes and withdrew a small object that gleamed with inner light. It was a pendant, fashioned from some material that seemed to shift between crystal and pearl, suspended on a chain of silver so fine it was nearly invisible. Within the pendant, Gandalf could see something moving, something that pulsed with gentle rhythm like a heartbeat or the ebb and flow of tides. "This is a fragment of harmony," Merenniel explained, pressing the pendant into his hands. "It contains a sliver of the Song of Harmony itself, preserved and made portable. When you wear it, you will be able to sense imbalances in the music of the world, discords that might otherwise go unnoticed until they grew too great to repair. It will also serve as a ward against those forces that seek to silence the songs, for the harmony it carries cannot be corrupted or consumed." Gandalf accepted the gift with reverence, feeling the gentle pulse of the fragment against his palm. It was warm, like a living thing, and it seemed to resonate with something deep within his own being, the secret fire that burned at the core of his spirit. "I am grateful," he said, slipping the chain over his head and tucking the pendant beneath his robes, where it settled against his chest like a second heart. "And I will use this gift wisely, to the protection of all that is good and beautiful in Middle-earth." Merenniel smiled, but her eyes held a shadow of concern. "The road ahead of you will be long and dark, Mithrandir. The shadow in the east is not the only threat the world faces, though it may seem the most pressing. There are other discords growing, other imbalances that threaten the harmony of creation. The fragment will guide you to them when the time is right, but the choices you make, the paths you walk, those must be your own." She paused, her ancient gaze seeming to look through him and beyond him, into distances that even his keen sight could not perceive. "I have seen much in my long years of watching," she continued. "I have seen kingdoms rise and fall, heroes triumph and fade, evils defeated and evils reborn. Through it all the songs have continued, the music has endured. But there are moments, hinge points in the flow of time, when the fate of all things hangs upon the choices of a few. Such a moment approaches, Mithrandir. I can feel it in the trembling of the songs, in the tension that builds in the harmonies. When that moment comes, remember what you learned here in the depths. Remember that even darkness can be transformed, that even the void can find purpose within the music." Gandalf bowed his head, accepting her words as both warning and blessing. "I will remember," he said, "and when the moment comes I will do what must be done, whatever the cost." He turned then and began the long climb back up the coastal cliffs, leaving behind the hidden cove and its ancient guardian. The path was steep and rocky, worn by the passage of ages but rarely trodden in recent years. As he climbed, Gandalf reflected upon all that had transpired, upon the truths he had learned and the transformations he had witnessed. The world he now understood was a far more complex and interconnected thing than even the wisest had imagined. The struggles that played out upon the surface, the wars between good and evil, the rise and fall of powers, were merely the visible manifestations of deeper harmonies and discords. Beneath the world that could be seen and touched lay another world entirely, a world of music and meaning, of songs that held existence together and silences that gave those songs their shape. And he, Gandalf the Grey, wanderer and wizard, servant of the secret fire, had a role to play in both worlds. He was not merely a fighter against darkness, though he would continue to fight. He was not merely a counsellor to the free peoples, though he would continue to offer counsel. He was also, in some small way, a guardian of the songs themselves, a keeper of the harmony that made all else possible. The sun had fully set by the time Gandalf reached the top of the cliffs. Stars were emerging in the darkening sky, and a cool wind blew in from the sea, carrying with it the scent of salt and distance. He stood for a moment at the cliff's edge, looking back down at the hidden cove where Mereniel's faint song could still be heard, a thread of melody winding up through the darkness. Then he turned and walked eastward, toward the lands where his duties called him. The journey back to the inhabited regions of Middle-earth took many days. Gandalf travelled alone, as was his custom, his grey robes blending with the mists and shadows of the wild country through which he passed. He followed paths that few others knew, ancient tracks laid down in ages past by peoples now forgotten, routes that wound through valleys and over mountains, across rivers and through forests. As he travelled, he tested the fragment of harmony that Mereniel had given him. He found that it responded to the music of the world in subtle but unmistakable ways. When he passed through healthy lands where the balance between growth and decay, between light and shadow was properly maintained, the fragment pulsed with steady, contented rhythm. But when he encountered places where the balance had been disturbed, where some discord had crept into the natural order, the fragment's pulse became irregular, agitated, drawing his attention to problems he might otherwise have overlooked. In one small valley, the fragment led him to discover a spring that had become contaminated by some fell influence, its waters poisoned and the creatures that drank from it sickened. Gandalf spent a day purifying the spring, using his arts to draw out the corruption and restore the waters to their natural clarity. As he worked, he felt the fragment's pulse gradually steady, confirming that his efforts were having the desired effect. In another place, a stretch of forest where the trees grew twisted and the air hung heavy with unnatural silence, the fragment nearly burned against his chest with the intensity of its warning. Here, Gandalf discovered the remnants of some dark working, ruins of a ritual that had been performed long ago, but whose effects still lingered, disrupting the songs of growing things and driving away the creatures that should have made their homes among the branches. The cleansing of the corrupted forest took Gandalf the better part of a week. The dark working that had been performed there was ancient, dating back to the days when Angmar had stretched its shadow across the northern lands, and its roots had sunk deep into the soil. He laboured with patience and care, unravelling the threads of malice that had been woven into the very essence of the place, singing counter-songs that gradually restored the natural harmonies of growth and decay. It was difficult work, more difficult than he had anticipated. The corruption fought back, not with sentient resistance, but with the blind persistence of a disease that has long established itself in its host. Several times Gandalf was forced to retreat and rest, allowing his strength to recover before continuing. But gradually, inevitably, the balance was restored. The twisted trees began to straighten, their bark losing its sickly pallor. Birds returned to the branches, tentatively at first, and then with growing confidence. Small creatures emerged from their hiding places, sensing that the danger which had long kept them away had finally been lifted. When the work was complete, Gandalf stood in the centre of the restored forest and felt the fragment of harmony pulse with steady, satisfied rhythm. The songs of growing things had been healed here, their melodies joining once more with the greater music of the world. It was a small victory, perhaps, in the grand scheme of existence, but it was a victory nonetheless. As he continued his journey eastward, Gandalf encountered other such places, other wounds in the fabric of the world that required tending. Some were the legacy of ancient evils, corruptions that had lingered from the dark days of Morgoth or the later shadow of Sauron. Others were newer, the result of more recent malice or simple neglect. Each demanded attention, each required some measure of his strength and wisdom to address. He began to understand that this was to be his life now, or at least a significant part of it. The fragment of harmony had opened his eyes to a dimension of his task that he had not previously perceived. He was not merely a fighter against the obvious manifestations of evil, the Dark Lords and their armies. He was also a healer of the subtle discords that accumulated in the world's music, the small imbalances that, left untended, could grow into greater threats. It was humbling in a way. For all his power, for all his wisdom and experience, Gandalf was but one being and the world was vast. He could not tend every wound, could not restore every discord. He had to choose, to prioritize, to trust that others were doing similar work in places he could not reach. The silence, transformed now into a guardian of the pauses between notes, was one such ally. Mireniel, singing her endless songs above the Vault of Echoes, was another. And there were surely others, beings of power and devotion scattered across Middle-earth, each tending their own portion of the great harmony. The weeks stretched into months as Gandalf made his way slowly back toward the more settled lands. He passed through the remnants of ancient kingdoms, walked among ruins that had not felt the tread of feet for centuries. In these places, the fragment of harmony often grew agitated, sensing echoes of old sorrows and angers that still lingered in the stones. Gandalf did what he could to ease these ancient pains, singing soft songs of peace and passing, helping the ghosts of bygone ages to finally release their grip upon the world of the living. In one such ruin, the remains of a watchtower that had once guarded the northern approaches to a kingdom now lost to memory, Gandalf encountered something unexpected. The fragment of harmony had led him there with particular urgency, its pulse rapid and insistent, warning of a discord more severe than any he had yet encountered on his journey. The tower stood upon a lonely hill, its walls crumbled and its roof long since collapsed. Ivy covered most of what remained, and trees had grown up through the foundation, their roots cracking the ancient stones. It seemed a place of profound desolation, abandoned by all save the wind and the wandering clouds. But as Gandalf approached, he became aware of a presence within the ruins. It was not malevolent exactly, but neither was it at peace. It was caught between states, trapped in some manner that the wizard did not immediately understand. The fragment's pulse guided him through the broken doorway and into what had once been the tower's great hall. There, standing in a shaft of sunlight that fell through the ruined roof, was a figure that seemed to shimmer and shift like heat rising from summer stone. It was a woman, or had been a woman once, her form translucent and uncertain, her features flickering between clarity and dissolution. She turned as Gandalf entered, and her eyes, which held the distant sorrow of centuries, fixed upon him with something like recognition. "You hear the music," she said, and her voice was like the rustling of dry leaves, barely audible yet somehow perfectly clear. "You feel the discord that binds me here. I have waited long for one who could perceive my cage." Gandalf approached slowly, his staff held loosely in his hand, its light dim so as not to overwhelm the fragile presence before him. "Tell me your story," he said gently. "Tell me how you came to be trapped between worlds, and perhaps together we can find a way to set you free." The spirit told her tale in fragments, her memories as scattered as the stones of the tower around her. She'd been a keeper of songs, she explained, in the days when this watchtower had stood proud and strong, a guardian of the northern marches. Her duty had been to maintain the small melodies that protected the tower and its inhabitants, songs of warding and warning that had been sung in this place since its founding. But when the enemy came, when the shadow of Angmar swept down from the north, the tower had been overwhelmed. The keeper had died defending her charge, her final song cut short by the blade that took her life. And because the song had been incomplete, because the melody had ended on a note of discord rather than resolution, her spirit had been unable to find its way to the halls of waiting, where mortal souls were meant to rest. For centuries she had lingered here, caught in the moment of her interrupted song, unable to move forward or back. She had watched as the tower crumbled around her, as the forests reclaimed the cleared lands, as the very memory of her people faded from the world. And through it all, the discord of her uncompleted melody had resonated in the songs of the world, a small but persistent wound that had never healed. Gandalf listened with compassion, understanding now why the fragment of harmony had led him here with such urgency. This was not merely a ghost in need of rest. This was a break in the music itself, a note that had hung unresolved for ages upon ages, disrupting the harmonies around it and causing subtle distortions that rippled outward, like waves from a stone cast into still water. "I can help you," he said when the spirit had finished her tale. "I can complete the song you left unfinished if you will teach me its beginning. Together, we can restore the melody to its proper form and free you from the cage of discord that holds you here." The spirit's flickering form grew slightly more solid, hope kindling in her ancient eyes. "You would do this? You would take up a song that is not your own, complete a melody begun by one whose name has been forgotten by all save the wind?" "Names are remembered in the songs themselves," Gandalf replied, "and no melody that was sung in service of light is ever truly forgotten. It echoes in the music of the world, waiting for one who can hear it to give it voice once more. Teach me your song, Keeper of the Watchtower, and let us finish together what you began alone." And so, in the ruins of that forgotten tower, under the open sky that had once been covered by proud rafters of oak and stone, Gandalf learned the song of warding that had protected this place in ages past. The spirit taught him note by note, phrase by phrase, her ethereal voice growing stronger as the melody took shape once more. It was a beautiful song, simple in its structure but profound in its meaning. It spoke of vigilance and dedication, of the courage to stand against darkness even when all hope seemed lost. It spoke of the love that those who had dwelt here had felt for their land and their people, of the sacrifice they had been willing to make in defence of all they held dear. And as Gandalf learned the song, he also learned the moment where it had been interrupted, the note that hung unresolved in the air of the ruined hall, waiting across the centuries for completion. Together the wizard and the spirit sang. Gandalf's voice, deep and resonant with ages of wisdom, blended with the keeper's ethereal tones in a harmony that seemed to reach beyond the boundaries of the ruined tower and into the very fabric of existence. The song rose through the broken roof and into the sky, carried by winds that had waited centuries for this moment, winds that had remembered the melody even when all else had forgotten. As they sang, the fragment of harmony against Gandalf's chest pulsed with increasing intensity, its rhythm synchronizing with the rhythm of the song itself. The discord that had bound the spirit began to unravel, the tension that had held her trapped between worlds, releasing note by note, phrase by phrase. The air in the ruined hall grew warmer, brighter, as though sunlight long denied was finally finding its way through clouds that had gathered at the beginning of time. The keeper's form, which had flickered and wavered throughout their encounter, began to solidify even as it grew more luminous. Her features became clear, and Gandalf saw at last the face of the woman she had been, young and fair and filled with the quiet courage of one who had devoted her life to service. She smiled as she sang, a smile of relief and release, of joy long deferred finally arriving. The song approached its climax, the note that had hung unresolved for centuries finally finding its proper continuation. Gandalf felt the power of the moment gathering around them, felt the music of the world leaning in to witness the completion of a melody that had been interrupted so long ago. Every bird in the surrounding forest fell silent, every leaf on every tree ceased its rustling. Even the wind held its breath, waiting. And then, together, Gandalf and the keeper sang the final note. It rang out across the hilltop and echoed through the valleys below, a sound of perfect resolution that seemed to touch every corner of the world. The discord that had radiated from this place for centuries was healed in an instant, replaced by a harmony so pure and clear that Gandalf felt tears spring to his eyes. The fragment of harmony blazed with light against his chest, resonating with the restored melody, adding its own voice to the chorus of healing. The keeper's form began to fade, but not into the flickering uncertainty that had characterized her existence for so long. This was a different kind of fading, a gentle dissolution into light and peace. She was not disappearing, she was ascending, finally free to continue the journey that had been interrupted by violence and loss. "Thank you," she said, and her voice was no longer the rustling of dry leaves but the clear tone of a bell ringing in a distant tower. "Thank you for hearing my song, for taking up my melody, for completing what I could not complete alone. I go now to the halls where my kindred wait, where the songs of those who served the light are preserved in eternal memory. But before I go, I would give you something in return for your kindness." She reached out her hand, and though it was now nearly transparent, Gandalf felt her touch upon his brow, cool and gentle as morning dew. Something passed from her to him in that moment, a gift of knowledge and memory that settled into his mind like a seed falling into fertile soil. "The song we sang together is now yours," she said. "It is a song of warding and protection, and wherever you sing it, the shadows will find no purchase. The darkness will find no hold. Use it wisely, Keeper of Flames, and remember that even the smallest song, sung with courage and love, can hold back the night." Then she was gone, rising into the shaft of sunlight like mist evaporating before the dawn. The ruined tower seemed somehow less desolate in her absence, as though her departure had lifted a weight that had pressed upon the stones themselves. Birds began to sing in the surrounding trees, their melodies joining with the fading echoes of the completed song. The wind resumed its gentle movement through the ivy-covered walls, carrying with it the scent of growing things and distant rain. Gandalf stood alone in the hall for a long moment, absorbing what had transpired. Then he bowed his head in silent gratitude, honouring the memory of the keeper who had waited so long for release and the courage she had shown in maintaining her vigil across the dark centuries. When at last he departed from the ruins, he carried with him not only the fragment of harmony, but also the song of warding, gifts that would serve him well in the trials to come. The sun was setting as he descended the hill, painting the western sky in colours that reminded him of the cove, where Moreniel kept her eternal watch, and of the depths below where the silence now wove its transformed presence through the binding songs. The road ahead stretched long and uncertain, leading back toward the lands where the shadow of the east was growing, where new struggles awaited and new choices would have to be made. Gandalf walked this road with steady steps, his grey robes catching the last light of day, his staff striking the earth with the rhythm of a heart that had beaten since before the world was made. He thought of all that he had learned on this journey, of the truths that had been revealed to him in the depths of the Vault of Echoes and in the heights of the ruined watchtower. The world was held together by songs, by melodies that most could not hear but that shaped the very nature of existence. And these songs required tending, required guardians who would maintain them through the long ages, who would heal the discords and complete the interrupted melodies, who would ensure that the music continued even when all else seemed lost. He was one such guardian now, in a way that he had not been before. The fragment of harmony had awakened him to a dimension of his purpose that had previously been hidden, and he knew that he would never again be able to walk through the world without hearing the subtle songs that underlay all things. It was a burden, in its way, but it was also a gift. To hear the music of creation was to understand the beauty and fragility of existence itself, to appreciate every sunrise and sunset, every bloom and decay, every moment of joy and sorrow as part of a greater whole. As darkness gathered around him, and the stars emerged one by one in the deepening sky, Gandalf began to hum softly to himself. It was not the song of warding that the keeper had given him, nor any of the binding songs he'd learned in the vault. It was simply a melody that came to him from somewhere deep within, a song without words that seemed to weave together all the experiences of his journey into a single thread of meaning. The night creatures emerged from their hiding places, drawn by the sound. Fireflies danced in the grass beside the road, their flickering lights keeping time with the rhythm of his song. An owl hooted from a nearby tree, adding its own voice to the music. And far above, the stars themselves seemed to pulse with gentle radiance, as though they too were part of the song, as though the entire world was singing along. Gandalf smiled in the darkness, his heart full of a peace that he had not known in many long years. The shadow in the east still grew. The enemy still plotted in his dark tower. Wars would still be fought, and lives would still be lost, and sorrow would still touch at the hearts of all who dwelt in Middle-earth. These things he could not prevent, not fully, not forever. But beneath the struggles and the sorrows, beneath the conflicts of light and darkness that would play out upon the surface of the world, the songs continued. The binding melodies held existence together. The harmonies of creation endured, and somewhere in the depths of the sea, where the light of the vault still glowed against the darkness, and in the quiet spaces between notes where the silence now kept its transformed watch, the music that had shaped the world was preserved against all who would seek to silence it. This was his true purpose, Gandalf understood now, not merely to fight against evil, though fight he would, not merely to counsel the free peoples, though counsel he would give, but to tend the songs, to heal the discords, to ensure that the music continued even when all hope seemed lost. It was a purpose that would outlast the shadow of any single enemy, that would remain meaningful long after the current struggles were forgotten history. And so, Gandalf the Grey walked on through the night, humming his wordless song, the fragment of harmony warm against his chest and the memory of completed melodies fresh in his mind. The road was long, and the darkness was deep, but the music endured. It always would.